Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, June the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Williams. So maybe somebody in YouTube can also let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. William has already indicated you guys can hear me in the main room and see my screen. So I've got the SPY up here, guys. Boom! What a what a reaction to the CPI. Now, William, I know you said that, of course, at 2 o'clock FOMC, but of course at 2:30 there's going to be the presser, so that's when they're probably going to press him on. Okay, now that these numbers have come out, what do you think about interest rates? So exciting day to be sure. Now, listen, I could have put a lot more stocks and the ones to watch that had popped up, but there were just too many. So, what actually that list really is comprised of stocks that had moved before the actual announcement of the CPI numbers. Good morning, yeah, good morning, guys and ladies. Alicia in our YouTube room. So, what was happening before? So, BMR was moving. BMR was moving. See if it's still moving. BMR trading higher after the company announced that its Beamer cloud solution has achieved, et cetera, in the Oracle Cloud marketplace. And speaking of Oracle or CL, earnings play today. Huge, big, obviously a name everybody's familiar with. So big up. That is a big move, 8% on the 1.6 billion in the float. So that is a big move for Oracle, ORCL. And again, RNA was moving before all this. Where's RNA? RNA was a big one from yesterday. Actually had some more news today, I think. There you are. The company announced initial data from their phase 1/2. Okay, so it's a bio, obviously. So that's RNA. I saw this one yesterday moving really, really well. And it actually closed right at the high. I guess that was sort of a precursor of their announcement this morning. This one was also moving MOLN. Again, I'm only looking at the ones that were moving before the CPI number came out. MOLN trading higher after the company announced the debut of their lead. It's another bio. Pretty low float, 34 million in the float, Swiss company. Now, DSI, we have no float information for DSY, sorry, excuse me. And I'm trying to see why this is moving. I do not see the reason why DSY is moving. All right, give me a moment, guys. Again, my news headlines from IB don't seem to be loading correctly. Just give me one moment. Okay, I do not see why DSY is moving. Okay, I don't see any news today for it. On the 10th, they had this news: the completion of. Okay, this was the business combination, plutonium. Okay, so this started trading it. That's right. It started trading as DSY a few days ago, which is, I guess, why we don't have any float information on it. It is a China stock, but I checked and it has about 3.5 million in the float. This just showed up. Is this a penny stock? APH? APH? Wow, what's happening here? This must be, is this a split or not a split? It is a split. 2 to 1. Okay, that's the reason. So before people panic, this is a 1-for-2 forward split. Okay, and that's for the APH. And where is TNXP? TNXP has to be somewhere. Yeah, this is gapping down big. Wow. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for TNXP. They're doing a financing, $4 million financing at a dollar, a little over a dollar a share. And a little look at GME, guys. Now, this is the most I've ever seen for GME in terms of short availability at Interactive Brokers. 5 million shares now available. Interesting, it did not pop on the with the SPY. Anyway, there's GME. Yesterday got up to 30.99. And AGBA, I know had a little pop. Looks like it's dropped though. Yeah, got up to 392, back down to 364. Trading higher after the company said it has filed its preliminary proxy statement for its to approve a merger with Triller. Okay, that's been out there for quite a while. So now we just wait to see what's going to happen with this SPY. Again, this is the big SPY move, of course, on the CPI number, all-time high. We don't count the pre-market as a data point, but obviously that when it opens, it's going to be an all-time high for the SPY. This is my gap up list. Again, there's no point in talking about them all. A lot of them are just going to look like the SPY versus my gap down list. And of course, with that SPY pop, so did Bitcoin. So there's IBIT, IBIT. There's Bitcoin moving higher. Bit of a funk yesterday for Bitcoin, to be sure. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, now there are some other little earnings plays. This is one. It hasn't got a lot of volume yet, but this is an earnings play also. RBRK. Sorry, yeah, RBRK. This is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. It started trading as RBRK back here in April. Maybe this is their first earnings release. And VRA, cheap one, Vera Bradley. Yeah, VRA. This is another earnings play. Right through down through that 200-day moving average. VRA. SPY is still holding these gains. Now, what happens when the market opens? Another story, but still holding these gains. Now, is this under a dollar? Maybe this is why I'm not mentioning it. No, it isn't. Okay. WHLR. Actually, I had it on my list. Little REIT. This is the one that's under a dollar. WLGS. This is under a dollar. But for those who, it's actually, I didn't realize this. So it actually got up to $1.23 post market yesterday, and now it's just under a dollar now. up 45%. Huge volume, probably. Yeah, 5.6 million. Only 7 million in the float. Trader John, as opposed to Trapper John. Good morning. Yeah, again, another one that just moved with the market, guys. RDFN. So many are going to look like this. RDFN. So many are going to look like this. Just looking for anything that might be gapping down in a big way that's relatively expensive. I can't really see anything. I mean, here's another little earnings play, Pets. Well, what we can say about GME, it certainly did not follow the market. A GME event tomorrow. Okay. I saw you posted that before, Casa. All right, guys. Let's see. Take a look at the overall markets. Of course, virtually every major sector is going to be up. The only one that might be a wild card could be, but probably not, will be energy. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and so energy is okay. So energy is actually 100%. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. The stocks that make up XLE, 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. And again, because the market's just ripping this morning, it would obviously all of the major sectors are close to 100%, which is the laggard. Let's see. The worst one is looks like financials at only 86%. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Communications only 85%. So anyway, of course, yeah, the market's just ripping here. Now, here is TTWO. TTWO, is this an earnings play? It is not. And you know what? There is volume. So there's something happening with TTWO, guys. I mean, this is running counter to its sector. It's decent volume. And they're doing I see, they're doing a financing. Announces pricing of their secondary. And what is the pricing? 154.50. So it's still a little bit above the financing price. Okay. So they're doing a raising money at 154.50. So that's the reason for this one being down a bit. And I don't really see anything else that is sticking out, running counter to the market, to its sector. But certainly TTWO is. Speaking of, let's take a look at Paramount. I read this morning that the deal is off again. Yeah, look at this. So it's down 3%, following a Tuesday report suggesting that National Amusements has ended the discussion with Skydance. Boy, this has been a saga now for a few months. Yeah, our IREN, you're right, is still ripping again. I mean, what a run it's been on. $5 up to 13 now. $5 was less than a month ago, May the 16th. So what a run it's been on. And it's not like, I mean, there's energy, okay? I mean, that's the sector it's in. So obviously it's got very specific news to it. So it's not like it's running with the sector. Make sure it is an energy play. Sometimes renewable energy. Okay. So it's not an energy play in that they're not like an oil and gas company, I guess. But anyway, what a run! What a run! All right, this is actually another earnings play, guys. AFMD. So you know what? I mean, it's got some room. What's the volume like right now? Give me a moment. Might have to do a reset. So not a lot of volume yet. This is a German company, 72,000 shares. So not a lot of volume yet, but you can kind of see the room it's got if it wants to keep running. Only 72,000 shares right now. Pretty low float, 14.5 million in the float. And that is AFMD earnings play today. Okay. You know what, GB? I should know that. I every time I bring up our IREN, but it's interesting because it has been running counter counter to the what the rest of them are doing though. I mean, look at Mara. I mean, Mara is certainly a Bitcoin miner, right? So Mara does not look like IREN at all. I mean, look at Mara. So I keep forgetting, that they changed their business model. But I mean, look at that. So, and the profile doesn't our profile does not have anything about Bitcoin. I don't think anyway. I'm going to just. All right, guys. Yeah. So thank you for that. I'm going to ask them see if they can make a change here. Obviously, this is old news. I don't know when they changed their business model. Now, SMLR was a big runner yesterday. I think Yeah, SMLR was a big runner yesterday, and it is running again this morning. It's had a great, actually had a great 3 days, and now the fourth day up. So that is SMLR. Who else is in the Oracle space? I'm not sure. Maybe William might know. Question from Isaiah. I'd like to, be able to. I just don't really. I'm sorry to say it like this, but I don't trust our competitors. First of all, it takes a while to load for some reason. Maybe something will happen here. Just give me a moment. I mean, so here's our IREN is in that, it's here. But yeah, Oracle has a lot of tentacles out there. So as William is saying, depends what space you're talking about. I would call SAP. How about SAP? Okay, thank you. Thank you, William. This is going back a few years, but if you guys remember Jesper Parnevik, the golfer, I think I can't remember if he was Finnish or Swedish. Sorry, but he was the guy who used to wear his golf cap with the bill turned upwards, and it had SAP on it, and he was sponsoring them. And I think that's the first time I'd ever even heard of SAP. Of course, it was a European company. Anyway, a little bit of wasteful trivia. All right, guys. I think what I'll do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Yeah, that is true. She was a twin. Z. Yeah, no, I do remember. That's going back a few years. All right, so DSY has now pulled back quite a bit, 435 back down to 320, still up 15%. A lot of volume. Have to see what happens once this market opens. Oh, I know it's SAP. I just, as you say, it's just easier to say SAP. All right, guys. So I'm going to I'm going to put the layout that I use once this market opens up and running. So And if you're new to all this, I am sharing anything that you see on my screen. I am sharing, plus some other scans that I do have on my other monitors. I am sharing. I am on mute. Thank you. Thank you. I am on mute. Didn't really say anything other than here's my homepage again, guys. I go over this a lot more detail between about sometime between 10:15 and 10:30, but there is a promo code that you can have right now, Kitty 28. That'll get you 28% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, and that is good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday. Okay, and I am sharing a lot of my scans. They're right here. They're all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, and I go over this between about 10:15 and 10:30 Eastern Time. No, Dak, I actually had myself on mute accidentally. That's what he was talking about. I did have myself on mute accidentally when I was loading my layout. All right, guys. So again, I'm going to run the two. Now, the large cap gainer should be really interesting today. Less than a minute to the open, guys. Okay, thank you, William. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let's see what happens with this market. See if we get a bit of a sell-off after that huge pop on the CPI numbers at 8:30. And again, these two, what you're going to see here, these two races are going to look kind of crazy for the first 10 minutes. Huge symbol names, font size or the font size, because not as many right off the bat will meet the filter requirements. You'll see what I mean once this market opens, but it'll settle down in about maybe anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. Then we'll have a nice display. All right, we are now open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do like to see things settle down just a little bit. And the other thing I should have mentioned, if you've got our AI guys, this is all I would look at all day long. Okay, this screen right here called Strategy Trades All, and how to load it. Now, notice it's blank. No alerts until at least 9:40. At least 9:40 doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. The other thing I would do is make sure in that filter box it says none. If you have profitable trades checked, I would uncheck it. I think it's a good idea to see the alerts all along. And in order to load that, just click on new and then from the toolbar, click on new and then pick the middle one that says Premium AI strategy trades window. And just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. BVGO here, guys. This was not really moving in the pre market at all, but the market opened and a lot of volume just came into EVGO. Same thing with open. No, not a lot of action in the pre market. Open Door Technologies, 250. Looks like it could be some resistance. Boy, for a cheap stock, this has a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 23.5 million. Man, that's a lot of shorts. You can see GME right here is leading. Was leading a race on the way down, guys. Yeah, interesting. Paramount, the other one, with the on again, off again merger, buyout, whatever it's called. So look at it. I bet you NVIDIA must be going crazy. This is the SOX L, the semiconductor bull, three times. Okay. So, wow, look at Lyft, guys. Look at Lyft. I bet you Uber must probably doing the same thing. Lyft. Look at Lyft. Take a look at Uber. Oh, they had some. Yeah, Uber was doing basically the same thing. They had, some not great news about California. I guess a couple of days ago, but Citigroup has put a $96 price target on Uber. Sorry, it's taking a while. Yeah, 96 from 93. So what is it at now? 72. So that's having obviously some kind RNA, yeah, RNA on the move. Boy, this was a big one yesterday. RNA on the move. Again, this is looking really crazy. I understand. So GME won that first race on the way down. What the heck is this thing? This is just trading, starting trading as GRALV. NASDAQ stock, 5 letters. Now this one was a big one from yesterday. Big one in terms of being active. UBXG just got halted on the way up. Got up to 1650 or so yesterday. Big pullback, but little pop here. Still down for the day. Oracle is moving, guys. Earnings play big. That's a big move. I mean, for 11% with that float, that is a big move. 1.6 billion. Helped, I'm sure, with the overall market conditions. So, what's the market doing? A little bit of a red bar. Time is it right now? 9:35. 5 minutes into that 15-minute SPY candle. Nova, guys. When you say stock updates, what are you talking about exactly, Sharan? You talking about news? Are you talking about the news that I flash every now and then? That black screen? Is that what you mean, or is there something else when you say an update? Can you hear me, Sharan? This one yesterday, guys. This one, wow, man, what another nice move. This really didn't pull back at all. Saw this one yesterday. So when you say stock updates, what do you mean? Are you talking about the news? Are you talking about something like this? The green screen. Hmm. Well, okay. I mean, this is trade ideas. I'm not sure what green screen. What green? Are you talking about this? In the bottom left-hand corner? I mean, you're in a trade ideas trading room, so I'm using trade ideas software. If that's what you mean. So everything you see here is based on trade ideas. Wow, look at Lyft. You cannot talk. No, I'm the only one who can talk. But what green screen are you talking about? The only thing I'm displaying right now that you should be able to see is this. I mean, green screen, if you want to call it a green screen, is the relative strength leaders from the close. Okay, right here. Like, everything you see here is based on trade ideas scans. I mean, that's the software. Oh, the prices? Well, they're well, trade ideas. I mean, we have a data supplier. Okay, we have a data supplier, so that's I can't remember what the name. I can't remember what the name of our supplier is, but it's like any other program like ourselves who relies on real time data. I can't remember who the name of our supplier is, but yeah. So I mean, if you're talking, this is all real time data that you see here. Okay, everything is real time. I mean, it's probably one of the biggest costs we have as a company is to buy the data. All right, guys, let's see. Take a look at the IREN. Again, this is very new or early, I should say. There's Riot. So IREN, as we now know, is a Bitcoin miner. Market is still strong, guys. It has not given up the gains yet at all. When I say yet, I'm not saying they're going to, but market is still very, very strong. Which is the problem I have with kind of chasing some of these ones. Well, wait a minute now. They do have some news. Okay, they do have some news specific to them. And that is a firm AFRM. Okay, so it's not just moving with the market. All right, guys, GME right back up now. And I had a price alert that went off because it just took out the high of yesterday. Boy, this ENVX is just ripping. See if there's any news on that. I can't see any specific news on this one, ENVX. I don't think it's moving with the market. It's just doing it on its own. Had the big day yesterday. Oh, it actually has had two good days now. Now this is the third. Cheap one, guys. Let's see what's wow. Look at DDC, cheap one. DDC ripping here from 60 cents to almost $1.20, almost a double. $1.14 right now, and it was halted or it resumed. So it got halted. Wow, got halted down here. Not even sure what the halt price was, but and then it's halted again. DDC is halted again. All right, we're almost 15 minutes in. Man, look at this market, guys. So again, a lot of this is going to be market related. I mean, look at Z here, Zillow, now right at the 200-day moving average. Z, ZZ, the 200-day moving average is 47.63. So it's just a little bit above that 200-day moving average for Zillow, Z. Okay. A lot of this is market related. Unless I don't see any specific news for it. I mean, there could be some specific news on it, but well, I might trade GME later, but it's got to settle down. I mean, it was a big topping tail, bottoming tail, direction really unknown right now. Mama, 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 M-A-M-A, M-A-M-A. Big move here. Mama's Creations. What do they do? The distribution of beef meatballs. Okay. Actually, it's an earnings play too. This is actually an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Really didn't trade much in the pre-market. So this is actually an earnings play. M-A-M-A, Mama. Okay, I have no idea what's going on with this one. Olo, it just gapped up. Didn't trade at all in the pre-market. Well, you would think that this, I mean, if it gets up here, ENVX, I mean, it's still $1 away from these highs on the weekly chart. IPW, guys, this has been an active one in the past. IPW on the move. Where's the next high looking left? Got a little bit of room. 348 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. 348. Now, the issue, yeah, it's got a bit of a spread issue. 296, 304 for a cheap stock like this. Bit of a spread issue. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Wow, just keep moving higher. DDC for a while anyway had a big bottoming tail. Then now the next highs got right into it. 121 is the high, and the high right there is 124, right in this area, and that's where it stalled. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Barnes and Noble has been just crazy active because they did reverse splits. Maybe they didn't. 900, is that right? 931 million in the float. So the news is that their CEO resigned. I don't know if that was out of the blue, planned. And we've got somebody else who is replacing him. Market's not liking that. I'm in nothing right now. Isaiah, I'm in nothing. Wow, Oklo. Now, Oklo is interesting. OKLO over 10. What's the high looking left? 1029. Too close. Too close for me. Well, Zillow kept moving, guys. Zed kept moving through that 200-day moving average. Ooh, William, I think you're probably out of that short of ENVX, aren't you? Well, yeah, you're right. Somebody said there were no shorts available, Interactive Brokers, and you were right. No shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for ENVX. I think there were shares available. I'm almost 100% sure they were available yesterday because we were looking at maybe shorting it. We, I was anyway. Well, here's another one that's moving, guys. Really, no action at all in the pre-market. DRCT. Now, this one does have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Not a lot. 100, actually 129,000. So to me, it looks like it could be coming into some resistance in this area. See if there's any specific news on it, other than the lawyers urging investors who have suffered big losses to join a class action suit. Look at all these lawyers. Look at all these law firms. That's what I'm looking at here. Interactive Brokers, news. Wow. Glad I didn't short it. Look at this. DR's. I'm surprised that it did not get halted. Yeah, I guess obviously the math did not kick in. Look at this. DRCT guys, I did not take it. I actually was looking maybe to short it. All right, guys, how about lift on a short? 1563 was the high here. And of course, the next low looking left is way down here. Yesterday's low, 1457. Obviously, hugely parabolic right now. All right, let's take a look at MREO, guys. MREO. Saw this in the pre-market, but it was very choppy. You can see how choppy it was in the pre-market, MREO. Now, the next high looking left is 407, so it's right basically there. And then 408, and then after that, 436. So if it can get through this, if it can get through this 407, 408 area, it does have some room to move to 436, and that is for the MREO. I'm just sticking a price alert around 410 just to see if it can take that out and maybe have a bit of a run into this area of 436. Meanwhile, yeah, Apple continues to move here, guys. So if you're unfamiliar with this, this is a way in which you can trade Apple without actually trading the symbol app, the AAPL. This will give you double whatever Apple is doing right now. Apple must be up about 3.6%. There we go, 3.66%. So you can trade this one, AAPU. This will give you double. But of course, if Apple starts to fall, it'll be double also moving down, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, the reason being, Dwayne, is that there's just not a lot of them. The problem is there's just not a lot of them that are satisfying the filter requirements. I know on a day that the market is gapped up huge like this. That's the problem because here's my top list that it's okay. Let me just I want to duplicate into a free floating window. That's my guess. See there, this is it. That's the only stock that is meeting all the requirements. I mean, it's rare that anything like that happens, but that's the reason. And these are the requirements. 500,000 shares, down 2% from the yesterday's close, half a million market cap, half a billion market cap, minimum float of 50 million, between 10 and $50. So there's only one stock right now that meets those requirements, and that's GME. Now, NVAX has showed up, and that's rare that that happens on a day where you have a big gap up. Could happen also on a big gap down. You might not get very many up here either. Doesn't happen that often, though. All right, guys, MREO has got me interested. It's over the 407, 408. Has a little bit of room to 436. So let's see if this has any run in it left. And I'm talking about the MREO. Meanwhile, the market continues. No sell-off yet. None. Zero. All right. Go, MREO. Go a little bit. And that's an alert from our AI also. The alert was at 407, but you heard me talk about it, and I said I would not take it unless it got over that 407, 408 mark. I don't know where it's going. I mean, this might be a very quick scalp for me, but meanwhile, Oracle continues to make new highs, guys, or ORCL. Give me something into the 20s for MREO, and I'd be happy. Wow. So PBR is moving down. I see some news that had on the 10th. I don't see any news today for it, PBR. Brazilian company, of course, big oil company out of or energy company out of Brazil. Yeah, out of the MREO also. I wasn't in love with it, but see later on, maybe later on if it picks up again. I was hoping to get into the 420s, but it did not make it. Ah, so that was a reverse split today? Where do you see that, Alan? When did they do a 1 for 100? Because, I mean, I have 900 and which now makes a little more sense that they now have, 9.3 million in the float. When did they, I don't see any news on that one regarding the reverse split for Barnes& and Noble, BNED. 612. So that is, that's today. That's today. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, don't see it here unless maybe I'm just not seeing it. I don't see it here with, Interactive Brokers headline news. Usually it's pretty good, but it didn't make a lot of sense to me that, yeah, 931 million in the float. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. All right, let's take a look at that. Wow, RNA is continuing to move here. And the SPY continues to make, new highs. Now is HUD a miner also? Yeah, another miner. Okay, HUD is a miner also? Well, look at this one. ESI, this is almost a lifetime high now. Is that what it is? A PBR going ex dividend tomorrow? Okay, thank you, Stu, in our YouTube room. So this is almost a lifetime high, and that's for ESI. Let's see if any of these have pulled back at all. At all. How about Caesar? No, not really. Looking for any sort of a pullback here. So Novavax, yeah. So there's a nice pull up actually, 1620 up to 1668. All right, guys. Now this one RNA is just right lifetime high. Just gonna look here. Yeah, lifetime high now for RNA. Bad news. Jumps on data from a muscle disorder drug study, early to mid stage study. Keep waiting for this market to put a little bit of a red bar in, but nothing. Now here's a heck of a headline, guys. So for that RNA announces unprecedented 1020 data. Unprecedented. That's the key word in that headline. You know what I might do? This big large cap losers. It's just, I mean, it's interesting because these are obviously going counter to the market. So you would expect maybe getting some bounce plays out of these. Okay. So a top 10 list is actually being created. You can see how the top 10 list is created here. And again, if you're wondering what the races are all about, I mean, so when a race starts, I'm running 4-minute races. Okay. So when a race starts, so we're almost 3 minutes into this race. Since the race started, MBLY has moved the most, up 0.82% since the race started. Okay. So what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list is automatically created of the stocks that win the most races. So you can see that number one position right now is ENVX, has won 3 races today. And you might look at this, and this might be a nice little pullback play. Where's the VWAP? 1356. So if you're a VWAP player, look at ENVX. It's right at the VWAP. Okay. So once this top 10 list is created, you don't have to wait, of course, for 10 to be here, but you can start clicking on these and seeing, well, where are they now? Are they pulling back to a certain level? Are they consolidating at a certain level? Are they getting into maybe a VWAP level, or maybe you have a favorite moving average that you like? I missed it. I mean, it's a bit of a bad spread, but I was looking to get into RNA, but I have missed it. Now that came from the combo scan. I'm going to go over all my scans. Well, some of the scans, not all of them, but the scans that I'm sharing that you can see on my homepage. Yeah, maybe a couple of topping tails now on the spy. Narrow bars. I mean, at some point, you would have to expect it's going to have a bit of a sell off in terms of profit taking. Yeah, the RNA, I think, is, yeah, I mean, could have had a quick scalp on it, I suppose, but the RNA is just a little too frothy for me. I'm afraid to look. Wow. Well, that was the area, guys. That was the area right up here that it could have got to, and it did. DDC did not take it, lost sight of it. And you know what? I mean, it's not a crazy low float, 13.4 million, and it's not crazy, crazy low. Low, but not crazy low. What I might do is bring up my the other race. I'll stick it here. So the difference between these two races, this is the biggest gainers from the open, regardless of float, regardless of market cap. Okay, so you're going to see some big movers here. Okay, versus, you're going to see some movers here, but not in the same percentage. And the reason why I was not really looking at this so much because a lot of the stocks that are going to be moving here are going to be in this scan here. You can see me, MDIA is right there, leading a race right now. MDIA. That will be the problem. Okay. So what I'll do is now hopefully this is not going to degrade my system too much. Running too many of these races can really have an effect, not just on my system, but we'll see what happens here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this in here so I can toggle it docked into relative strength. Now I've screwed it up. Okay. So now I can toggle it. Okay. And I think this will settle down. I know the symbols are very small right now, but they should expand. But you see, now we're starting to get a few more in that top list of stocks moving down. There's Wow, look at this one, FSK, guys. I mean, this could be interesting. Sitting right on the 200-day moving average. What if it breaks down through it? If it does break down through it, the next low looking left is 1949. Maybe a little too close. Be great if it were more down here around the 19 level. But right now, FSK is sitting right on top of its 200-day moving average area. All right, here's another potential VWAP play, guys. WULF right into the VWAP. VWAP is at 396. It's sitting right at it. WULF. Yeah, GME. I mean, GME is trading like it did yesterday. I mean, to me. I mean, I traded GME yesterday, but it was in the afternoon. It was very choppy yesterday. Also, like right around here, it was about 1:30 when it had that nice big break. It was choppy still, but I found this was really difficult to figure out a way to trade it. Once it had that little green bar, at least it had looked like it had good upward momentum. Right here was just kind of chopping around. So it's sort of to me, it reminds me of yesterday. Coco. I know Rio mentioned Coco is one he was watching in the pre-market. Not an earnings play, not a lot of volume either right now. Four times normal, but not a lot of volume. I mean, these are interesting guys because they're running counter to the market. Okay, that's why I don't mind showing this still because these are running counter to a market that is just in complete rip mode. Whoa, look at this one. ZKH is got halted on the way down. There we go. Now the fonts are proper size. So, okay, let's take a look at some of these lower float movers. Okay. Now, MGNX is man, it's an interesting one because I mean, look where it is. Next high is 520, 519. Yeah, so 520 is the next high on the daily chart. So, I mean, if it can take it out, I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room. The 200-day moving average is at 1020, so that's a ton of room there. And of course, the next highs are way up here. Obviously, it had a bad. Let's see, was that an earnings play? It was not an earnings play, I don't think. Maybe. Because the earnings are on the 8th, August the 8th, so it might have been an earnings play, but regardless, I mean, there was a huge move down for MJNX on that day. So what I'm gonna do is just stick a price alert a little bit above that 520 level and see if it can take it out and then start to maybe fill in this void a bit. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get back up here or even close to the 200-day, but what if it moves a dollar or so? That would be great. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, guys. So yeah, here's the MGNX. So now I do want to keep seeing these. I want to see if there's anything really crazy going on, and maybe a bounce play though. Okay. Well, I do recall. I see what you're talking about, Captain. Yeah, when it was moving down, and we were just saying because they haven't mentioned anything to do with AI. But if they did mention anything to do with AI, it would probably move higher, or at least stop moving down. And I guess that's what happened, and other things, of course. But I mean, we're talking about Apple. All right, guys. Wow, 10:26 already. Okay, so I better go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. Now, maybe keep an eye on the MLGO. Of course, this was really a big one from a few days ago. Pulled all the way back. The high yesterday, well, if it took out the high, but that's probably asking too much. 481 is the high from yesterday, but it is starting to move again. MLGO did have some news. I can't remember what it was on this day, but did have some news. Look at this excuse me, this market. Okay, on my homepage. Excuse me. Okay, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a great promo on right now, Kitty 28. That'll get you 28% off, first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, and this will be good until Friday, 11:59 p.m. Friday evening. Okay, Eastern time. Eastern time. So it's a great discount right now, 28% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo. Go into my homepage, use that promo. Then the room gets credit for it. Okay. And why is that important? This is a free room. The way to keep it free is that when you use my promo code, the room gets credit and it helps to keep the room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. The first one is a download and install for startup and login. Scrolling down a bit, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free course, free series of videos. I don't really want to call it a course, but it's a free series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. Daily stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The big education section is here. This is the user guide that we've got. There's the getting started section again. More detail about what an alert window is all about, what a top list window is all about, the stock racing that you see I'm displaying, price alerts. I use price alerts all the time, put them on my charts. And if you want to create a watch list, this is how you can do it. So again, there's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes says listening to me on his day, but I will confirm that. I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube while I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me. We all have different trading styles. Look at that MLGO go now, guys. Last, if you're looking for my scans that I am currently sharing, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So these are the 3 races that I've got going. You can have them all if you want. This is the relative strength leaders is over here. The Halts resumes is over here. But you will hear me, and it makes sense that there are none on the gapping down, the 10-day daily breakdown. I have a lot on the 10-day daily breakout. They're right here. There's not too many on the 10-day daily breakdown because of what the market's doing today. But I have other scans that I am currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running myself right now, but you can take a look at them. Have any questions? Now, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. So if you're sitting there and you're sort of kind of itching to ask me a question, but you're a little bit shy, thinking you're going to interrupt me, don't feel that way at all. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll certainly let you know. But typically that's not the case. And if I cannot answer the question, I'll try to direct it. I can't answer accounting questions. I don't have access to your files, but I can certainly direct you to somebody who can. And if you're looking for a scan, maybe I don't have it, but maybe one of the other traders does. What? Don't tell me you have a glimpse of a red bar now. A glimpse of one. All right, guys. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are a real time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't claim to be, we are. So, take a look at this one. This is an alert window I call Momentum. If I right click on it, click on Configure, and then Summary. This will tell you exactly what this scan is looking for. So, this is the filtering. The stocks have to be between $1 and $100, and the current volume has to be at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Okay. So it is time of day sensitive. Call it 10:30 Eastern time right now. This is why I call a momentum scan. The stocks in the last volume in the last minute, at least 1,000% are normal, 5 minutes, 400% are normal, etc. So all of these values have to be met. If that's the case, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So that's what's happening with the DDC. Okay, the DDC 1033, 155. You can see what's happening. It's making a new high. These are all real time alerts. Okay, that is the power of Trade Ideas, really real time alerting. So if you like the scan the way it is, great. But of course, you can make any changes you want. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like. Maybe when obviously you have to have Trade Ideas to have this scan. Maybe there's a filter that you'd like to add. Maybe you don't want the new high of the day. Maybe you want a new 5 minute high. It's up to you. This is what I like to see. I'm not trying to force what I like to see onto you, though. And having said that, let's take a look at the search now. So these are the real-time alerts that we do have, okay? Right at the very top, the two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters, the screeners that we have. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we have, thinking, my goodness, I can't learn this. This is way too difficult. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The reason we have so many is that, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So the company had to create a lot of different real time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. And I only have a handful of the filters that I'm using. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are not good. It just means that for my style of trading, that's all I care about. Your style of trading could be very different, though. So that's why we have a lot of different real-time alerts and filters. Well, certainly this one is a lot more interesting today than the large cap losers. Though I keep thinking, some of these may start to bounce. Para obviously did have a bounce from 1068 up to 11, but hard to keep your eyes off this DDC. And no news that I could see on this one. It's a China stock. Well, okay, wait a minute. They did have some news, I guess. Okay, so they acquired the beloved Asian food brand Omsum. Beloved. Okay, I never heard of them, of course, but so that is the reason. That's the reason for the DDC to be moving like that. How do you get my momentum scanner? Easy. Just click on my homepage link, bus 88. Just click on the homepage link that I just put in there. And when you do that, this is what you should see. And then scroll down, center section. Here are my scans. I think this is clickable. If you don't see the click here, just let me know. We had a problem on a couple of days ago, but it should be okay. But if it isn't, I'll show you how. But anyway, click here, and here it is, momentum scan right there. Okay. You mean a top list green trades? Not a topping list, but a top list? Is that what you mean? So a top list window is different from an alert window. Okay, and an alert window is something you set up, as I showed before. It's what we call an event. Okay, so all of these filter values have to be met, and if the stock makes a new high, we get a real time alert. Okay, and you don't have to just pick a new high of the day. It could be one of the other many alerts that we've got. What a top list window does, though, is let's just say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today. Okay, percentage wise. But so you could create a list of stocks, with your price range and maybe a minimum volume, and then sort on how much the biggest moves from the open of the day or yesterday's close. And so you'll get a ranked list as an example of stocks that are, say, up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from the opening price. But those stocks don't necessarily have to be making new highs or lows or highs of the day, do they? They could be a stock like this one. This is up 194%, right? But it could be moving down and still be up, 150%. But it doesn't have to be at the high of the day. So if you were looking to rank stocks, show me stocks that are up the most today. That's a way in which you can use a top list window. Now I like to use the heat map version of it because of this is just or the tree map. See this is the tree map version or the top list version of it, and I could sort on the change from the open right now, and I could see the stocks that meet these filter requirements. But I like to show it like this. I think it's just a better presentation. But basically, that's it. A top list window can rank. You want to see the stocks that have the highest relative volume for the day, down the most for the day. Just things like that. Top of the list for the given parameters, and you can of course create your own parameters: a price range, a minimum volume, a minimum relative volume, whatever filters you want to use. You create your own parameters, and then you say, okay, I want to sort on those parameters, and I want to sort. Show me the stocks doing this, either the biggest change from the open, change from the close, stocks making new 5-minute highs, new 30-minute highs, things like that. Okay, guys, this one has some room. BRZE has some room. The next high looking left is 41.65 or so. So that's about $3 away. This has some room. It's at the high of the day right now. Volume is not bad, over half a million, 3.78 times normal. Look at the option volume, 2,300 contracts, which you might say, okay, is that good or bad? Well, it's 3.2 times normal. Okay. All right. Well, this earnings play just popped here, guys. This earnings play, AFMD, popping right now. That red line signifies the next high on a daily chart. Okay. Now you cannot see that. I'd have to scroll back on the daily chart. And it's got to be a long time ago because it's not yesterday's high. It's got to be a long time ago. I'm looking at the weekly chart. It's got to be way back. I'm going back here. Well, not way back necessarily, but here we are. So it will be over a year ago. Last May. Yeah, so that is the basic difference between an alert window and a top list window, okay? Alert window, you create an event, and then you want it to trigger at your event meaning a new high, like one of the alerts that you use, real-time alerts that you can use. I'm using the new high and the new low of the day, but man, I mean, we got a lot of different ones you might want to use as an example. Here's a new 5-minute high. 5-minute high, 5-minute low. I think we have a 10, a 15, 30, and a 60. You might want to use that. Or as a top list to sort on, you know, show me the stocks that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes, either dollar wise or percent wise, as an example. We have a lot of great change filters. So you could sort on that, just show me the stocks that have changed the most in the last minute, 2 minutes, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, 120, as an example. So these stocks don't have to be making a new high of the day, but they've changed the most. A little bit like this, because these are the ones that are moving the most since a race started in 4 minutes ago, or when the race starts every 4 minutes. And by the way, I mean, this is adjustable. I chose when we, started not allowing, when we created the idea of having races. For whatever reason, I picked 4-minute races. Don't ask me why. I can't even remember, but I picked 4-minute races. But of course, it is adjustable. If you want to run 1-minute races, 2, 4, 5, 10, you can pick the time frame. And another kind of cool way to use a top list, let's see if I still have this. I must have it. What am I? Oh, this is not exactly what I was looking for, but you can. Here's a top list window, and you can sort on the different, here's the position in 5-day range, position in 10-day range, 20, 30. So you at a glance, you can see where stocks are, because these are just filters that you put on top here, position and lifetime range. But you could sort on them, show me the stocks that are, right at the high of the 10-minute range or a 10-day range as an example. 3 months. This is how you can use a top list window, okay? You can sort on the different filter values or the different filter headings. What I wanted to do, I know I have one that shows, the change in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and all that. You could just easily sort on that, show you stocks that are, again, up the most in the last 5 minutes, up the most in the last 10 minutes. Yeah. A race is just launch from a top list window. Okay. Launch the real time stock race based on the parameters. All right. GME at a level that I'm interested in. All right, guys, let's see if it has a move from here. Next high of the day is up here, 343. The next high on the 15 is 3182. Yeah, the MLGO, good for you, Poe. I think you took that one, right? All right, knock me out, guys. Stop. I had a pretty tight stop on it for the GME, so I'll look at it again. Meanwhile, DDC is just continues, guys. So the next high on the weekly chart is 178. So there is room. There's room on the weekly chart. Continues to move here. This beloved brand that they bought must be something else. Hey guys, Oracle is starting to move down. Oracle, this might be a short here now. I mean, it's been moving down. Wow, moving down quite a bit. That's the 10 SMA. Okay, that is the 10 SMA. That blue line there. Steve Gomez loves the 10 SMA. So let's see what happens if that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart holds it. Okay, he loves that indicator. Steve is, of course, at Trade Ideas. He's in our YouTube room on Thursdays, and he'll talk about that a lot. So let's see if that 10 SMA, that blue line, will hold Oracle right there. How's XLE doing then? You're saying crude oil stocks are down. Let's take a look at XLE. Is this sector starting? Yeah, actually, yeah, look at that. XLE moving down. We're starting to get a few more in here now. Remember, when I looked at it last, I think there were only two stocks that met all the filter requirements. So there's XP. That is an energy play, isn't it? It is not an energy play, sorry. Another new high now, DDC, another new high from the momentum scanner, from the relative strength leaders, from biggest gainers from the, well, where are you now? There you are. DDC won 4 races. So DRC, we talked about this one earlier. Had a huge topping tail, big sell off, but up to 441, came all the way back down to 365. That's a big percentage move down. But oh, I have no idea. Do I think the SPY will hit 546? I have no idea. Okay, guys. Well, that alert got me back. Okay, GME, do it this time. Okay, well, then you don't have to, then you don't need my opinion. My goodness, DDC just got halted on the way up, guys. On the way up, it just got halted again. So again, the next high looking left, 215. I mean, it could, if it takes out 215, then your next high is 295 up here. All right. Well, it gave me something. Jimmy gave me something, guys. See if I can break 32. And the answer is so far, yes. The only thing is, PJ, the only thing is this is not the first halt, but do what you do what you want, of course, but I only do that on the first halt. May not matter in this one, but I don't know if there are any shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for DDC. Don't think so. If I typed it in right, I might see. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for DDC. Not that I want, but yeah, GME now, there's been about 500,000 that have been snapped up now for shorts at Interactive Brokers. Last time I looked, there were 5 million. Now there are 4.5 million. So 500,000 have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Many scanners, Marky. Okay, you're asking what scanner had DDC? Many scanners. I mean, take your pick. Momentum scanner, the relative strength scanner, the races. Many scanners had DDC. Halts resumes. First time it was halted was here. What was the price? It was probably under. It was under a dollar, 84 cents. That was the first halt of the day, 9:36. Are you talking about the halts resumes? 7:45. What I am is that what time is that? Pacific time or Central time? That's not Eastern time? Anytime you guys are asking me for a time, like some kind of a time, always please translate to Eastern time. That's sort of the common. So what is 7:45 a.m.? What time zone is that for you? I'm talking to Marky in our YouTube room. This scanner at 9:36 Eastern time. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, and that was the halts. But you're no, you're just because this got okay. Well, so what is that? Okay, all I want 9:36 Eastern time is where this hit in this scanner right here. But more than likely, let me just see. Give me a moment. I want to see where it hit the momentum scanner at what time. Yeah. So the first time I saw this was in the halts resumes. It's halts resumes. Okay. Well, good for you. Well, I don't know. You probably didn't get it right, PJ. It didn't do it, did it? Didn't move down below. All right, guys, there's another cheap one. SCLX. What sort of room does it have? Unfortunately for me, not a lot of room. And again, when I talk about room, I'm doing is I'm just looking left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. And if I can't see it on the daily, I look on the weekly chart, and that gives me an idea about where it could go before it stalls. And obviously with GME, there's your next high, 48. No, I'm not saying it's getting to 48, but that is the next high looking left on a daily chart for GME. Meanwhile, Apple continues to move higher, guys. Again, this is a way in which you can trade Apple without trading APL. This will give you double. So Apple is up 5%. This is a two times version, up 10%. Okay. An ETF designed specifically for Apple. And if at some point you thought Apple might drop, you could buy this one. You can see what's happening. So if you thought Apple would drop, you could buy this one, and this one would move up if the stock is dropping. This is only one time, so other one is two times. 11:08, guys. So Jamie may be listening to me, but I just want to confirm it will be him in our YouTube room in less than an hour when I take my break. And this is continuing. This got halted. No, sorry, got resumed. Got resumed. It resumed. It resumed. So there's been no let up at all for DDC. I mean, how beloved is this brand? Seriously, I mean, this is the here we go. So it has acquired Omsom, the proud and loud Asian food brand that has quickly not garnished, garnered a devoted following for its cooking sauces, saucy noodles, and bold cultural commentary. So that is the deal. That's why this one is going crazy today. Ooh, you know what? There were about 1,000 shares were flashed briefly for DDC to short at Interactive Brokers, but they somehow, even though it's halted, they've gone away. Not sure if that was right. Just break 32, as you say, DAC with authority. Okay, guys, I was talking about Oracle before, ORCL, and would that 10 SMA hold it? Looks like it is. Steve would be proud. That blue line is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And Steve, this is maybe a classic, what he calls his jam down to the 10 SMA and see what happens. Does it hold it? And if it does, act as support. This may go on a Mm. A little bit of room for a VRNA, guys. Not much. You got maybe room to 15. Looking at the weekly chart, daily chart, the same thing. $15, so about 54 cents until that high. Okay, guys, the Doctor CT. I just was talking about this. The Doctor CT continues to move. We're probably coming into some resistance around 5. Oh yeah, I'm with you on that 30 what one break, I think. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I was hoping it would with authority take out 32. I got in early and then I got stopped out and then I did it again right after. And the answer is yes. So Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. I'm going to take my break at noon Eastern time. No, I've never got in DDC. Never got in, Michael, in our YouTube room. I have never got into DDC. I would never take it stock number. Wow, right on. 33 now. Okay. Well, let's just do the keep raising the price. Price alert. Keep raising it up. No, I mean, listen, I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. I mean, I talk about a lot of stocks all day long, of course, I point opportunities out. I would never have taken DDC under a dollar. I just don't trade stocks under a dollar. Of course, do I wish I'd done it now? Of course. But, hindsight, but no one was going to do this. Of course, I would have put everything I own into it. 48 million shares, 13 in the float. I mean, it's, 988 relative volume. All right. Well, let's keep moving this price alert up. All right, guys. I know I kid around on this, but I'll just keep putting price alerts on. You're welcome, Michael, regarding patience. Okay, guys, let's see. I know there are other things happening, but here's another cheap one, LGVN. Okay, guys, here's another cheap one. Okay, so LGVN, big move here. Only 1.5 times normal volume, but maybe this is the start of the move. And the next high is looking left. I mean, there are little areas on the way, but maybe up here, 159-ish. Okay, maybe. And DDC, what did it finally move down? Finally, a red bar. And this has been halted on the way down. That's the first halt on the way down for DDC, I think. I'm not sure. It might have got halted there too on the way down, but definitely a halt on the way down right here for DDC. Oh boy. Okay. Well, look, just keep doing it. 33.75. How about putting that as a price alert for GME? All right, guys. Looking at what was the one I just saw that looked like it had a lot of room? It was LGVN. LGVN. Did it win a race? Yes, it won a race. So LGVN. Yeah, I mean this. Look at the float. 5.4 million in the float. So it's half traded a little less than half the float. See if there's any news on this one. So they did a financing, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. Announced the completion of an investigator meeting. The ongoing phase 2B clinical trial as a potential treatment for, wow, hypoplastic left heart syndrome. God, all these horrible things that can happen to people. Well, didn't take it, but look at this thing go, LGVN. I have to change our script here, Dak. Well, these penny guys are just absolutely screaming today. You have to listen, Dan. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what to buy or sell. A lot of times it's going to be okay. I took GME and I took a loss the first time, and I said if I got back to a certain level, I'd probably get back in, which I did. But I'm not going to tell you, okay, take this trade right here. Here's your stop. Here's your profit target. I have to be very careful about what I say. Okay, I'm not a financial advisor. So it's a matter of, sometimes what I'm talking about, like for instance, the LGVN, you may have looked at that and gone, yeah, I love it. I didn't take the trade. Okay. I did not take the trade, but you may have looked at that when I was talking about it and said, "Yeah, I really like this." Okay, so it has to please, like, it has to you have to have some kind of a trading plan or style, and so when I talk about something, it is either gonna meet your trading plan or style, or it's not. You can kinda see what I'm looking at. The DDC, I didn't take it at all. A lot of people would have taken it on a $1 break. Now, of course, had I known it was going to do this, I would have taken it. But I don't know when you got into the room, but a lot of people would look at that and go, I love this one because I like these real cheap ones, had some room. Okay. And the GME the GME is obviously it's a wildly emotional type of a trade, all sorts of stuff out there about it. So I don't feel. I mean, I still, if it takes out the high of the day, I'm out of it completely now. But if it takes out the high of the day, who knows? 34, it still has room looking left, but I'm not going crazy on it. Boy, look at this LGVN. I mean, why didn't I take it? Seriously. I mean, we're sort of in this low float mania again. I mentioned the Oracle as an example, okay? ORCL, or excuse me, ORCL. This is something I'm not a huge follower of it, but I know one of our Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he loves this blue line. That's the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So you can see what's happened. Oracle has come into it. It appears to be holding it, okay? And so maybe it bounces off. It's an earnings play. It's obviously still very strong, up 10%. So that if that's your style, you might say, okay, yeah, I like that idea of maybe bouncing off that holding as support and maybe having another run. Or you may look at that, go, no, I don't like it. I don't. That's not my style of trading. I'm talking to anybody, not just you, Dan. Biggest thing is to have some kind of an idea, like some kind of a plan, a trading plan. Okay, I'm going to have to start taking a harder look at some of these real cheap ones, though. I mean, these are the ones that give you the big, big, big percentage moves, of course. It's sort of one of these deals in which, okay, people like myself who did not get into the DDC, now, there's going to be people who have taken tremendous profit off this. Now they're going to be looking for something else. Or somebody like myself who did not get into DDC, maybe looking for another DDC type play. Whew. All right, guys, 11:27. So again, about half an hour. I will be taking a break. Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. You guys are talking about Reddit. Whoa, what a pop. Yeah, no kidding. I don't know if this is a the memers. And pardon me for saying memers, but got a hold of this one right now. A lot of volume just came in. Any news hit this, or is it just because short float is 19%? Looking for another short float, high short float stock. Of course, GME is one of them also. Well, there are 81,000 available interactive brokers to short for RDDT. Reddit. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to have a bite to eat. Yeah, so this is what you're talking about, Casa. Zach, small cap research issues a 1510. Why 1510? Why not 15? But anyway, it probably sounds, well, they must have done some extensive work to come up with 1510 as opposed to 15. Anyway, so this is the deal about LGVN right now. Now, in case you're looking at this and thinking, well, I better sink everything I own into this because it's going to 15. Please don't. But it's an eye-catching headline. All right, so DDC got halted and resumed. So actually, it has not collapsed completely yet. I mean, it got up to 255, did get down to 191, but it hasn't collapsed completely. This is one of those ones that who knows, late in the day, as long as it hangs in this area. Now, if it comes all the way back down to one, forget about it. But if it, kind of hangs in this area, two plus area, what time is it now? 11:33. Maybe later on in the afternoon, 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe the enthusiasm comes back and pops it, takes out the high of the day, and maybe moves it from there. Not saying it's going to happen, of course, but we've seen this. Usually, though, it's the ones that are in the first hour or so that they go crazy, and then they rest for several hours. This has been going crazy since the open, all the way up until 11:15. So it's not doesn't quite fit the same blueprint. Nice, yeah, nice call on the Reddit short. Great call. Real on the Reddit short, RDD short. Beginner's luck. Ooh, look at RTO guys. RTO, this has a look about it that it could start to really move down. I mean, the next low looking left is 30.55, so kind of a bit of a scalpy type play, but it's down through that 10 SMA that Steve loves. Okay, so it's broken down through that support, and of course, looking left, it's got a ton of room. Not saying no, nobody's saying it's going to get down here, but and tons of well, a lot of shares available to short Interactive Brokers anyway, 179,000. Oh, jeez. My cat. Just give me a moment, please. All right. Meanwhile, the market is still super strong, guys. There has been really no big pullback yet. Had a little red bar there, but nothing severe. Again, if you didn't know what happened here, the CPI numbers came out at 8:30. Huge move in the market. Continued. And we do have FOMC. I don't think the FOMC at 2 is going to do too much, but the presser at 2:30, I'm sure they're going to grill him and say, "Okay, listen, CPI numbers came in. Obviously, they were good or they were bad, which means good for the market. So, when are you going to reduce interest rates?" Maybe a little bit of a bounce play here for ZTO, got off 28, 22.18. Pcor. Okay, I'm going to take a look at Pcor from Real. Pcor, potential fade candidate. Yeah, another one that's what's the short float? 4.6%. So it's not a crazy look. It's not crazy that way, but any news on it? Procore unveils latest product advancements at Innovation Summit. So that is the news today for Procore. Through the 200-day moving average, where is that 200-day? The 200-day is at 68.20. So 68.20 is the 200-day moving average. So maybe it fades to here, to there. What do I think of Tesla? I've looked at Tesla for a while. Now you're talking about the ETF for Tesla. Well, it's coming into maybe some resistance, right? I mean, I'm not sure the stock is looking exactly the same. I mean, if you look left on this chart, I mean, to me, it's coming into this area right there, which could be a bunch of resistance. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to pop right through it, but look at the weekly chart, the same thing. That's what I see anyway. But don't let me stop you. If you think this is a good buy, do it. But I mean, it's not. That's what I see. Um, well, okay, it's 1.6 times normal. Okay, the options. I mean, here in this one anyway, the TSLL 34,000 contracts. That is 1.6 times normal. And I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. I mean, obviously the run started at 7 and got up to 765 now. That was more the play, right? Well, what was this? This is in the pre-market, right? 8:30. So, the 720 break probably was the yeah, because the 720 break was the high in the pre-market. And so at 9:30, they got above that 720 and kept running. It's got a little bit of room, guys. It says ZG, Zillow. It's got a little bit of room, about $1.50 to the next high looking left. Okay, give me a moment. Meanwhile, Dr. CT did make another new high briefly. Guys, this looks interesting. This ENVX. You see how it held the 10 SMA. Super, super strong stock. Got up to 14.18 or so, 14.19 or so, and held that 10 SMA. I have no idea. Somebody asked in their YouTube, Jay, when does the vote happen for Tesla? I'm not aware of the vote at all. So, anybody know anything about that? When there's some kind of a vote that's supposed to happening for with Tesla? I'm not. I'm just not familiar with Tesla. I'm not familiar with Tesla enough to know that there's supposed to be a vote upcoming. All right. So tomorrow, 3:30 Central Time. Thank you very much, Ashish. Shareholder meeting. Okay, so that is the well that's a shareholder meeting. Oh, are you kidding about Elon's pay? You're probably kidding, right? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch this ENVX. Okay, I want to see if it holds at least 1350. It's back into the 1360s and maybe has a bit of a run left in it. Holding that 10 SMA right here. 1346 looks like that would be that's a rising. I think that's the one that Steve really likes when it's rising into it, holding it. Oh, okay. I have no idea what they're voting on tomorrow. There's somebody saying they have to vote on his pay package, Elon's pay package. No idea. Just out of curiosity, Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla for a long time. So it got off those bottoms here. That was when it was really falling apart. 139. A lot of people thought, hey, I shouldn't say a lot of people. Some people suggesting, oh, it's going to hit 100. Anyway, held. Oh, you're more than welcome, Chris, in our YouTube room. All right, guys, 11:49. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Jamie will be taking over for me in about 10 minutes in our YouTube room. I take about an hour break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Now it's a break. It's a break from the mic. It's not a break from trade or from looking at stuff. I mean, I have a little 15-minute exercise routine I go through and all, but it's more of just a break from the mic. All right, guys, let's take a look at any maybe one of these biggest gainers from the open, some of the small ones. This OKLO has just kind of held out choppy. I've seen this one in the past, and it does almost the same sort of thing. Topping tails and bottoming tails. It just can't sustain. Maybe now, I don't know. I mean, if but will this sell off? Will this be a true green candle? Close, near the high. Well, it's moving. It is moving. OKLO. Next high looking left is 1029. Pretty close. High after that is 1059. Elon drops his lawsuit against OpenAI. Okay. Thank you for that, Casa. Well, maybe this will be the time it just really breaks out. I mean, we've got all these, again, if you're looking at a 15-minute chart like this for OKLO, and you see all these topping tails on the 15-minute chart, wicks, whatever you want to call them, I call them topping tails, but again, think about what it meant. It meant that at one point this was a nice green bar up here. Sellers took over, knocked it down over and over and over again. The sellers kept piling in. Are they going to give up now? Are they going to give control to the buyers for a while now? Or will this turn into a huge topping tail? All right, guys, ENVX, maybe it's getting a little closer. You see how that bottoming tail came almost into that 10 SMA. The 10 SMA looks like it wants to hold it. All right, I'll take it. Now, and this will be my stop right there, really. And it's going to be quick because I am going to take a break, so this has to work really quickly for me. Steve would be proud of me if this works. If it gets into, the mid 70s, I will call that a successful trade. Steve Gomez, Trade Ideas. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. And this is his favorite setup, one of his favorite setups. No, probably his favorite setup. He calls it the jam down to the 10 SMA. And I think I even have it. Take a look. I think I have it. If you want to take a look at it, jam down by to the. Now, this is the alert version. I'm surprised it's not a top list, but at any rate, what are the best time frames to trade stock in general? Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, if you're looking for the, the most exciting time, but also the most volatile and which I don't like to trade, but certainly the first half hour of the day. I like to sit the first 15 out. A lot of people in the room don't do that. That's fine. I actually like the afternoons though. I really like the afternoons because I find that in the afternoons things tend to all the crazy action that happens in the morning tends to settle down, and then you start to get the things that I've looked at anyway. You start to get some pretty nice looking trend trades in the afternoon. But everybody's different, Ken. There's no such thing as what's the best time frames. It all depends on your trading style. Jamie, I heard the little pop, so just let me wrap up in the main room.
Certainly.
Okay, guys, Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. So before I take off, I have to put my announcement. So back around 1 p.m. ET, and the next thing I'll do, Jamie, is get the YouTube link in. Excuse me, the YouTube link in. Hey guys, here is the YouTube link. Jamie is in the YouTube room right now. So there is the YouTube link. He'll be there until 1 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now, one more thing to do, Jamie, is stop my music so I can hear you. There you go. Mr. Jamie, how are you this morning? Oops, have I lost you?
Well, I had the old mute button push there, Barry.
Oh, okay, the old mute button.
So
okay.
anyway, yeah, turn off your Metallica and all your heavy metal over there.
Yeah, no, actually, it was some sappy song that came into some kind of a playlist.
Air Supply or something like that.
Yeah, it was even worse. Anyway.
Yeah, so it's an interesting summer market. I have to keep reminding myself it's summertime, and one day things are dead, the next day things are trading like it's not summertime. It's kind of interesting here.
Well, of course, we had the CPI, which was crazy this morning, and that popped everything up. And of course, now we're also going to have the FOMC at 2. I think the 2:30 will be the interesting one because, of course, he's
where
going
they
to
comment.
Yeah, he's going to field a lot of questions. When are you going to reduce interest rates now that the CPI numbers came in? Great.
That's what I term those the Fed boy pep rallies now.
Oh yeah.
It's a
yeah, and I don't get bent out of shape. I don't care. I mean, I know people get all upset. Oh, these numbers are all fake and phony, etc. I don't really give a rip. All I care about is it gives us an opportunity to trade. It's all I care about.
It infuses a little volatility, and that's always good for people to trade. And yeah,
Exactly.
who cares if all the numbers are fake?
Yeah,
they've always been fake.
Well, yeah. I mean, every government, and I hope we're not going to get political. I don't care, Dems, Republicans. Every government, if they can, are going to try to paint the best possible picture of any statistic that they're going to release. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, why wouldn't they? But anyway, did you do anything this morning that might be of interest?
I punched a few buttons. Nothing crazy.
Okay.
The Bitcoin has certainly been interesting. Here's the IBET, and you can see the pre-market here, and then whoosh.
Yeah.
Wait. No, I'm sorry. My eyes are playing tricks on me. That's still pre-market. So you got the big whoosh in the
With the
pre-market.
SPY. Yeah.
Yeah. That's typically the way they work it because, gaps have to be filled because the coin is 24/7. And, here we are in the 6.5 hour market. But a lot of the miners,
Oh, God.
a lot of the miners participated after the, after the session opened.
What was that one? Just give me a moment. I put that in there. Shoot, I can't remember the name of. I put that in our Slack thread. That there's a company. It looks like it's an energy play, but it's not. It's actually a miner. Did you see? Did you see my comment?
Let me see if I can see it real quick here.
I've just seen if it won any races, so I can. IREN, IREN. Take a look at
Irene.
Yeah. And so when you look at what we call it, it's some kind of operates data centers, etc. But it is a miner. It's a Bitcoin miner. But look at it on a daily chart, say starting at, I don't know, May 16th, okay, on a daily chart. Compare that to Mara and Riot and Bitcoin. This has been on a tear.
Boy, it sure has. Look at that little.
Compared to, it has not really followed the coin and the other miners.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know. And yet we don't call it. I mean, I'm hoping that somehow we can get that business summary changed. I don't know how easy it is to do it, but
And it's not like it trades a little bit. I mean, what kicked out 20 million today?
exactly, exactly. And look at the day before and the day before that, the day before that. So I mean, this trades a lot. And it's
Yeah,
got
and you know what that
128.
reminds me of is I saw this company, well, in Paraguay, right?
Yeah.
Paraguay has a huge hydroelectric dam, and they were only using maybe 20% of the energy that it produces.
hmm
So now they're going to allocate the other 80% to Bitcoin mining.
There you go.
Hmm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no kidding.
Uh-huh.
Because energy intensive, isn't it? So yeah.
Yep. And the interesting thing is the Bitcoin network being the largest network on the planet, not by 10x or 100x, but by magnitudes.
hmm
Here's something to think about. The Bitcoin network makes the humans take the equipment wherever the power is the cheapest.
Aha.
It always
And that's
finds the
why,
lowest power cost.
and also cheap. Iceland.
Hmm.
Iceland
Hmm.
has a big Bitcoin operation there.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? They just get the energy
Geothermal.
right out of the earth. Yeah,
They take, and also the fact that they don't need to have to spend a whole bunch of money on cooling.
that is true. Hmm.
Seriously,
Yep.
they have
Yep.
a. It's a big. It's a big money source for Iceland as a country. Anyway, my friend, I will let you go. I'm taking a look now at this LGVN to see if it is going to have another spurt.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that one.
Zacks has put a $15 price target on them, but so that's probably the reason for this big jump. I think they did have some news. Did you see the DDC? I'm sure you did. I'm sure you heard me talking about it.
Oops. Oh, come on,
DC.
fingers. DDC. There we go. Yeah. Certainly a nice multiple return on that one today.
No kidding. And they bought some company, some beloved as it was called in the press release, some company that is beloved in Asia to do with food. So
Opened at
that
61 cents and topped out almost $2 higher.
yeah,
That's insane.
yeah, that's normal. Okay, my friend, I got some exercising to do, so I'll see you in about an hour.
And Barry, I have high hopes of beginning my exercise routine as well, but you're already doing it, so hats off.
Well, I'll do twice. I'll do double then. That'll
Yeah,
cover
yeah,
you.
yeah. Go ahead and give me a little karma, exercise
Okay.
karma.
Okay. Bye
All right,
bye.
take care. We'll see you when you get back.
Yeah.
Bye bye. And hello to everyone. My name is Jamie. This is my desktop. I'll be taking over for Barry while he takes his break, as I do every Wednesday for technically the live support session. So I think most of you know the drill. If you are new here, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his break. And we're just here to talk shop, no pre planned content. If you have any questions about the software, trade ideas, just let me know and I'll do my best to help you out with that. Or, if you have a symbol that you'd like me to take a look at, I do have some very basic chart reading skills and I might be able to give you some insight. In the meantime, let me locate my pen. It always likes to hide here. There we go. And hello, Circle, Storm. How's everybody doing today? Oh, you like my air supply comment there? Yeah. If you really want to get depressed and nauseous, just listen to Air Supply from the 80s. All right, so market is definitely interesting in a couple of different capacities here. Let me just duplicate something into my, there we go. I just want to show everybody, what do we got? SPY's up 1.1, pre-market as well since the close. Q's 1.4, Dow kind of lagging behind, but the IWM is really where all the action is today. Was commenting or chatting with some of the other traders here at the firm earlier. A lot of the bigger things, everybody's like, well, nothing's participating, or a lot of things are not participating with this upward move, and that's just because A lot of the bigger things aren't the ones doing it. It's all the majority of the IWM and the smaller cap stocks today. But we'll take it. We'll take it. Take whatever we can get as far as volatility goes. And everything seems hunky-dory with the banks. Okay, Michael, LULD on DDC. Uh, LULD on DDC. Well, this is that big ripper that we're just looking at. And I'm not sure what you mean there. I thought that was a symbol at first, Storm. Took a guess and off a penny. Uh-huh. Okay, Bill, you're in the market for a new computer. Oh, I got you, Michael. Never mind. Bill, you're in the market for a new computer. Any ideas for trading? Well, being a person that builds their own computers, I like to build my computers instead of just buying the off the shelves. Um, I would just say whether you build it or have somebody build it or buy it off the rack, I would just say get the latest processor or maybe, one, it depends on the processor that you want. You can pick up high-end gaming, processors, last year's model, typically for a pretty decent discount. And just have plenty of RAM and a decent graphics card, right? Those are the three main components that I would focus on if I was going to get a new computer. I built mine over a year ago with 64 gigs of RAM, and I would say that should be a bare minimum if you want a fast machine. It's not going to start, chugging and bogging down with all your trading apps open. So a decent video card doesn't have to be the top tier, but it's can't be the lowest tier. Mid to top tier video card, at least 64 gigs of RAM, and one of the latest processors. Okay, Jay, you don't understand how market continues higher when majority of stocks are underperforming. Hey, yes, agree wholeheartedly, but you know how out of whack all the Nasdaq weightings are with the giant tech firms, right? Um, and a huge portion of the S&P stocks have extremely miserable cost of capital, right? I was watching some Michael Saylor thing, I don't know, a few months ago where he went into that in detail. Matter of fact, if you go to YouTube and you type in Michael Saylor speech, cost of capital, you can probably find it. And that really does shed a whole lot of light on, what's driving the markets higher these days. It just makes a lot of sense. It's very few companies dragging the market higher as opposed to the overall market of yesteryear. Yeah, Michael, and on the DDC, how many times was that thing halted today? Let me just take a look here. As soon as I said that, I just pulled. I mean, look, just DDC all day, right? Okay, give me my time column, please. So 26 minutes into the market, 2, 3, so four halts is what I'm showing thus far in the DDC. But man, what a I'm never in these types of things. Maybe every once in a while from Dawn of the Dead, I will. Is that even on? I don't think it is. Every once in a while, if I see something that looks good, first 15 minutes with minimal risk, I'll take a shot on a what I term a flyer. It's not really my forte, but if you can do a couple hundred shares and risk a dime or whatever, And you got to be on top of that stuff because they move so quick. Um, but yeah, if you were in this one, and made money, congratulations. Hindsight's always 2020. It just looks like, oh, I just buy it and it goes up. But we all know not quite as simple as that. That thing was probably throwing some pretty sharp elbows on the way up. Do I track money supply? Isn't money supply M2? Lose track of those terms. Well, if you've been tracking that um, since COVID, when we did the huge money printing, I don't track it on a daily basis, Jay. Um, but I do have an interest in it because if you reflect back to when all the money was being printed, and this kind of ties into what Barry and I were talking about earlier with the Fed boys, you know, what did we increased the money supply by some ridiculous amount, like 75%. I could be off, but I mean, an insane increase. We printed more money in 2020 than we did since there was a currency in the United States. Printed more money in that year than we ever have before. And of course, what was everybody thinking? Oh, inflation. There's going to be inflation, right? And what did the Fed boys say? Don't worry, there's not going to be any inflation. Whatever. Fast forward 6 months, a year. Oh, yeah, there's inflation, but it's going to be transitory. Oh, okay. Never really heard that term associated with anything economically, especially inflation, because when's the last time you were like, ah, man, the price of cars has really come down. The price of electronics has really come down. No, 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 no. Maybe on TVs, but, and then finally they're like, yep, there's inflation. But now they're lying about that too. They're like, it's 2%. No, it's more like 20%. So here we are, right? And most people are aware of this. Um, the thing that you used to buy in the grocery store that cost $10 now cost, you know, $12, $13. Oh, and by the way, the package might be smaller as well, so they're getting you on that end too. Shrinkflation and inflation combined. So, Jay, that's about the extent of my expertise on money supply. And of course, they don't like us having things that can easily be spent, like cash, or converted into cash. Everybody's aware of the whole push for the central bank digital currency. Thankfully, that's getting the kibosh from many governments currently, and that's a good thing because being forced to adopt a digital currency and do away with cash would not be good for us, I don't think. Nope, and it won't, Jay. Inflation will not subside until things change, right? And things aren't really changing yet, but all we can do is wait it out. $1 million is not what it used to be. A dollar isn't what it used to be. I laugh all the time. I say, hey, the dollar is the new quarter, but we shall see. Okay, that's my economic spiel, right? Pseudo economist jabber. Happy to talk about that stuff, but if you do have any trading stuff to talk about, just let me know. Peter talking about BMR. Good news. Why stock not going up? That's a good question, Peter. Let me pull that up. And it's the age-old conundrum. Oh, come on. Cooperate with me. There we go. All right. So BMR. Well, we have the gap up today, Peter. That was BMR that you were talking about. Okay. So the stock is up. The stock is up 24%. Now, if you got long up here, you could say the stock is down from where you purchased it. So a nice juicy gap up, and now it's at the lower end of its range. What do we top out at? About 671. currently down here at 540-ish. So good question. And what I have to say about this is why isn't it going up more now? Well, because we had the gap up, right? So who knows what it's going to do? It's only going to do one of two things. It's going to stay range bound. It's going to go ahead and test the low of today, or it's going to go test the high at some point in time. So there is a chance that, if we just take the candle body here, maybe it's going to go sideways here for a little while, right? Because typically after a big gap up or a gap down, things don't, and I'm not saying this is true all the time, but typically once a gap up is or a gap down presents itself, yeah, sure, it could always close the gap or it could continue in the direction of the gap. But why isn't BMR going up anymore today? Well, because of the gap. And I guess, and this is kind of ties into, earnings season, right? Not saying that BMR just had earnings. When did they have earnings? Uh, Earnings date is blanked out here. Anyway, I don't know if they had earnings or if that's just news driven currently. But it's just like when earnings come out on a stock. The news was great. They beat estimates. Stock goes down. Hey, they came in with horrible earnings. Stock gaps up. There's no rhyme or reason to it, right? There never is, but it happens all the time. Here's an interesting example from this morning. Okay, I think this is a Brazilian bank, right? One of the biggest banks in Brazil. Okay, what do we do today? Well, we're down 2% currently with a nice move down in the pre-market, and now it's just kind of floundering down here in these lower ranges. And you might ask yourself, okay, what was going on? Well, okay, look right here. Today's the 12th, yeah? Banco Bradesco gets rating upgrade from Goldman Sachs. So they just upgraded the stock, and what did it do? It went down. Hmm, wonder why that is. You would think that an upgrade from Goldman, everybody be all, hey, yeah, buy it. But once again, what makes sense, the stock price doesn't, the price action does not typically abide by what is perceived as good, bad, indifferent. Now, conspiratorially, we could say, maybe Goldman's hanging it, keeping it down so they can acquire it and then let it go. I mean, you could come up with all different types of theories, but in the end, good news, bad news, flip a coin, gap up, gap down, flip a coin. You got to rely on the price action. So I know that was kind of a roundabout way to answer your question, Peter, but it's all kind of tied together. Okay, well, there's the DDC on the relative strength because it sure is relatively strong today, isn't it? Take a look at some of these Dawn of the Dead stocks. Not bad on this LGVN. And the reason I say that is because if you scan long and hard pre-market, and once again, I don't, right? Um, Too much of a sleepyhead. But, if you would have identified this range here in the pre-market, look at that. Now, we did have the big wick over there, but if you just mark off the candle bodies here and then look where it opened, there was plenty of time to react to this, right? So, opening candle right here. Let's see. Yeah, thank you. Just give me my. We opened at 87 cents, right? One, two, three, four, five, six. So for an hour and a half or an hour and 15, we just went sideways in a very tight range. All of a sudden, the buyers come in, boom, that level right there, 96 cents, takes a nice ride up to a buck 48, 52 cents on a 96-cent stock. I mean, 50% plus, right? Just from waiting plenty of time. And if you were aware of this, as soon as it broke that level right there, now it wouldn't have been a high of the pre-market because we got this wick to contend with. But the fact that it was up there, you know, the old saying is if it wicks there, it can trade there, right? And this one certainly did. So LGVN in the pre-market, you can find these nice tight pre-market ranges. They're excellent catalyst for entries and risk management once the regular session opens. So if this level right here is approximately 96 cents, you're risking a whole 10 cents, a whole 10 cents to make 50 cents. That is a very nice risk to reward ratio. No, 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 no. I'm not eyeballing any specific stocks today. I traded a tiny little bit, in the first couple of hours, hit a few things. Um, but I'm not really eyeballing anything. I mean, let's check in on GME real quick here. Okay. It's backed off from its highs. I think earlier 33.71. You know, I'm not in this one, but I still love to watch it. I got know people that are in it, and I'm rooting for them. Um, but GME, boy, the saga continues, doesn't it? And most of the times the meme stocks get one go round. We just had the second go round, and the thing is not just drying up here. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward to see how the whole GME thing plays out. I think if you're in that space of the short game, hedge funds and all that good stuff, you're definitely not sitting easy these days. But yeah, anytime the Fed is going to get up and do their little dance, we still have an hour, a little over an hour and a half before that happens. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say if you're an active trader, don't trade. Just don't take excessive risks. You certainly don't want to be loaded up one way or the other when they start talking because, you know, in the olden times, the only time anybody gave a damn about the Fed is when it was going to be, oh, are we going to raise interest rates or are we going to leave them alone? That used to be it. Now we've got, the pep rallies every week it seems, even if there's no interest rate um, announcement. But I can tell you what's going to happen today. They're going to be like, "Yeah, we're not going to lower rates. Maybe later, right? But you know, just don't think it's going to happen this year." That's just my humble opinion. Things will get too wacky. Hey Sam, what's up? I see your question there. To what extent does Traded is allow automated trading? Well, let me get my brokerage plus up here and I will show you. Give me 1 second. Oakley dokley. Now I can't duplicate this into a container, but all right, here's Brokerage Plus. You do have the ability, if I go ahead and click on the strategies tab here, I've got some strategies residing in here already. These are mainly just set up to execute from the chart, right? So I'll show you this first, and then I'll go into more detail about, this is a form of automation. Um, but it's not like setting up a strategy and just letting it rip and going, okay, anytime a signal comes across here, get me in, right? So even though technically this is considered a strategy, if I click edit, you can see the name, buy $5,000 of whatever stock it is at market. This is long. I've got it assigned to my paper trading account. Entry time is really insignificant because this is used for, just click trading. So it's active all day. And you can see here how I have my order set up. Buy $5,000 worth, and this is going to be a market. So limit offset is really not in play here. And then as far as risk management goes, I don't have anything set and I don't have any hold times. But the way I would use this, it's technically called a strategy, but it's more of a what I like to call an order entry script. So let me just move this back over and I'll pull it back because it'll go behind my screen there. But if I activate that strategy, and let me just make sure I am in the demo mode. Okay, so for example, let's say I thought, you know what, I think Goldman's pulling a fast one. I think it's probably going to go up from here. I'll use down here as my stop limit. But if I wanted to immediately execute BBD, I could go right click and I could say trade BBD by using $5,000 market. And as soon as I click that button, you can now see I am in 2,105 shares of BBD because that's what $5,000 worth bought. You can see my entry price and all that good stuff. From this point on, I could, set my stop loss or whatever I wanted to do. So that is automation, but not the automation that most people think of, right? Now, when it comes to automation, like, okay, if I have a strategy, maybe it's spitting out 10 trades a day, and I could load it into Brokerage Plus and I could set up the trade instructions like we saw over here so that anytime a symbol was triggered through that alert window, it would buy 5,000 at market. When people are engaging in this type of activity, of course, you're probably going to want to use some risk management, and we could fold in a stop loss and say, okay, you know what? Every play that comes through here, I'll give it 2%. If it moves 2% against me, it'll get me out. We could also set up profit targets. Okay, how about I risk 1%, but my profit target will be 3%, so forth and so on. Once you set all these things up, you could even add a hold time. You could say, okay, whichever comes first. I either hit my profit target, I get my stop loss hit, or 60 minutes expires, in which case it would get you out. And you can automate strategies that you create, and that only applies to alert windows. Okay, an alert window is a strategy window. So all of a sudden, let's say I wanted to automate this massive momentum strategy. I could right click, I could say save, I could copy that. Oh, wait, that's a custom list. Actually, it's not. Oh, okay. It was talking about the whole layout here. So I would have to pop that window out. Then if I wanted, yeah. Okay, so I'll just do it up here. Save or share to cloud. Okay, I'm going to save it. Boom. Okay, so I saved it to my cloud. Now, if I wanted to load that into Brokerage Plus, I would come back over here to my strategies tab. I would say load from cloud. Here's the one I just saved. So I just click here, load it up, add to existing. And now you can see that strategy now resides in Brokerage Plus. So at this point in time, to set up the trade instructions, I would say edit trading strategy. First and foremost, one of the biggest mistakes that people make, they do everything, but they forget to assign the account. Then when it comes time to turn on the strategy, nothing happens. And it's because they forgot to assign the proper account. So, big red none right now. I would say, let's set this up for TI paper trading. Okay, now you're good to go. Is it long? Is it short? Say if we want to go long, then we would sketch out our entry times. Don't do anything until the first 15 minutes, perhaps. Let it go all day. And then we have some additional buttons. Okay. Most people don't want to add if the position is already initiated, you're already in that stock, you know, you would want to check this And if you didn't want to, and you wanted it to add every time, you would uncheck that, right? Or, excuse me, that's this one. Send order even when holdings exist. Notice that is unchecked. And then send orders for a symbol at most once per day. And then you can throttle it. Maybe your strategy is kicking out 50 trades a day, but it's showing a good statistical back test. And you're like, yeah, I'll take 10, see if the odds play out. But you can set this to whatever you want. After it got you into 10 positions, it would stop. And of course, we would have to set up, do we want to use dollar amount or shares? We want to do limits, markets, all right here. And of course, once again, our risk management and hold time. But the bottom line is once you get all that set up and, once we activate that strategy, then boom, anytime an alert comes through that window, like RNA just came through, if I had that strategy activated, it would have gotten me into $5,000 worth, put my stop loss, profit target, timed hold in if I selected those, and that's the way it works. So any strategy that you can create, you can automate here. Or this is also where you set up quote unquote a strategy, which is really a script if you want to use the right click to trade from our charts. All right, a couple of questions popped in while I was doing that little spiel. Okay, that's a good answer. Good question, Fox. And the question is, if you were swing trading, would you hold through FOMC or liquidate and re-enter later? And man, that's a slippery slope. Okay, um, slippery slope. I know some swing traders that for a long time there they would pull their stops every open and let everything settle out for the first 15 minutes because a lot of the times, and, I mean, whether they have stop hunting algos or whether that's just conspiracy or whatever, the bottom line is a lot of things flop around and have wide ranges on the first 15 minutes. So I do know some people out there will pull their stops and let the market tighten up and then resubmit their stops. Um, but I guess it just depends on where you are in the position. And this is just me kind of, you know, shooting from the hip here. You know, um, if you don't mind getting stopped out, say you're up nicely in the position, and I guess that doesn't really matter if you're up or down in the position. If you don't mind getting stopped out, you could just say, okay, if I get stopped out, I'm going to re-enter, right? Because, hey, most people are trading commission free these days. So it's not like you're going to incur any additional fees. I would just say whatever makes you the most comfortable because there's no absolute, right? Oh yeah, pull all your stops and then something moves against you really hard. Or don't pull your stops and then you get stopped out of some since there are no fees in a zero com environment. Getting back in is not really gonna. It might cost you a little bit if you do get stopped out in dollars per trading, but at least you won't incur any other fees. But man, that's a tough one to answer, Fox. It's just really whatever you're comfortable doing. Okay, Sam, to your other automation question, could I have entries at the bottom of Bollinger Band and then exits in the middle of the Bollinger Bands? I would say initially, if you had the right strategy developed, right? Because we do have a variety. Here we have the Bollinger position and Bollinger Bands, right? Um, you could do one for entries. You could create one strategy for the entries, and then you would have to create another strategy. Let's say you created the buys for when that we're in there blah, blah, when they are in that range of the Bollingers that you want to buy, and then you could set profit targets, but that wouldn't necessarily correlate with the position in Bollinger Band, right? So it seems to me the simplest solution to that would be to have a strategy that says, okay, when the position of the Bollinger Bands, regardless of time frame, 5, 15, 60, or daily, this is my buying strategy, right? And then you could take those symbols that you're long, put them in a custom list, and create the other side, which will be another strategy saying when these stocks are in the upper positions of the Bollinger Bands, that's when I'd like to sell. That sounds like the most direct way to get it done based on your comment there. And will automation run? Yeah. And if you're doing automation, you're going to want everything on. And people get it in their heads, hey, I'm just going to let automation rip and while I'm not here. Well, we don't really recommend that because you never know what might happen. Internet might go down that day, software might crash. Um, to anybody even thinking about that, I'm sure there's some people out there that do it, but you would want to have access to your computer remotely, right? If you're at the office and you leave your machine home, auto trading. Well, just keep in mind that's a highly risky venture, right? But if I were attempting to do that, which I wouldn't, then I would have something set up to where, like go to my PC or something to where I could log in and control my PC and see everything that's going on there. Otherwise, I don't know if I would participate in such a venture. Yeah, that's a good comment there, Circle, on Fox's question. And the answer to that question, can I set it to run through the week without turning it on? No. Now, if you want to put something in simulation mode and let it rip, hey, there's nothing wrong there. That's why simulation was invented because we don't have anything to lose, right? Except maybe bruising our ego or inflating our ego. But yeah, if you wanna load up strategies in sim when you're not there and let them rip, by all means, have at it. And I tell you what, we're on that topic. Let's just go ahead and let's set this one up, and we'll just see what happens. So long, all day. Man, we have no need to cap it because hey, it's simulation. Hey, and a lot of the times you can set one of these up to run simulation mode and use it more or less as a glorified alert window or ticker, right? Watch the ebb and flow of the P&L, right? An order pops in, you're like, man, I got up 3 cents in that thing pretty quick, and it's just been sitting here up 3 cents. And all of a sudden it gets another leg up. So it is when you're automating a strategy in simulation mode, it can give you eyes or another spectrum of vision, so to speak, that you wouldn't have just watching orders tick through an alert window, right? So we'll say, okay, let's do $10,000 worth. We'll go market. Hey, we're in simulation mode. We'll say stop loss 2%. And I'm just picking this at random. Not going to really put a profit target. And then we'll leave a 60-minute hold time. And then I'll say, okay, make sure that we're just connected to, we don't have any other connections live, just paper trading. And then we'll let this dog hunt. And if anything comes through, yeah, here's that one that I just manually entered earlier. Look, I'm accidentally up $21 just from that little trade from earlier. But now if anything ticks through here, it should open a position. Okay, DDC just came through. And now we're in 5,025 shares of DDC. Oh, and look, boom, boom, boom. Ticker got active all of a sudden. It got us into all these. And if I click on orders, we can see all of my live stop loss and timed hold orders for these positions. And now all of a sudden I'm accidentally up almost 200 bucks in sim mode, of course. So good example of automation there. The DDC, well, of course, we all know what that one has been doing. No surprise that it moved up quickly, right? And of course, the another added benefit is when you execute through Brokerage Plus, as long as you have all of these options checked, show executions, all that good stuff, then all your lines, here's my current stop loss. If I wanted to change that, all I have to do is grab this and move it around to wherever I wanted it. So you can adjust that on the fly with the charts once you have a position established in Brokerage Plus. Yes, that is correct, Sam. Okay, is there a way to automate sending symbol list generated from top list directly to alert windows? No, not currently because I've thought that would be cool functionality for a while now. But I was thinking about kind of a different version. Like, I'd like for every time a symbol that comes through an alert window, like what's coming through massive momentum right now, to be added to a custom list. So right now, there's no ability to automate that. Closest thing we have is if I want DDC in a special list, I'd have to right click and say send it to a symbol list and then pick the list that I want to send it to, right? So that question is the same but just different. But there's no way to automate symbols being pumped into other lists or top list at this time, whether it's a custom list or a top list. But what I was referring to earlier as a custom list, you know, if we go to symbol list, these are all custom list right here. I don't use them. I probably need to go through there and clean some house. Um, but we can point to just a single list if that's what we want to do. So just to clarify what I meant when I said a custom list. And you can create and populate any custom list that you would like. Okay, so keep in mind, this is also the nature of auto trading. For a minute there, it was all like, yay, I'm green. Things change very quickly, especially when you're dealing with these types of stocks that are coming out of massive momentum. All right, did I miss any questions here? Let's take a peek. But going back to your other question, Sam, about uh, can you let it run for a week? People will hit us up in support. They're having issues with trade ideas, and a lot of times we'll be like, well, did you take trade ideas down, or did you let it run all night? They're like, let it run all night. And we always recommend shut it down, reopen it every day um, for continued smooth operation, especially if you're doing automation, whether that be live or um, demo. All right, let's check in on the IBIT one more time. It was up a nice percentage on that gap. Looks like it's peeling off a little bit here. But with the activity that we've had in Bitcoin, which last time I checked, oh yeah, we're already just giving you a quick peek at this is the 1 hour chart. Not quite, kind of a little shelf here. Otherwise it'd be that V bottom, but close enough, right? Nice little run from 66. Almost got back. Well, it did. Got pretty close to 70. So 4,000 points down, 4,000 points up. Welcome to the world of Bitcoin. And of course, the daily, here we are. All-time highs, just shy 74. Staying in this range right here. Support was found. So it'll be interesting moving forward. You just got to wonder how many shorts just got obliterated on this gap up today. No, Sam. The custom list does not require hard. I mean, it's a very basic function, so it doesn't eat a bunch of your local resource up, whether it's RAM or processing power. Top list symbols to alert windows. Yeah. So, for example, I mean, this is a top list. It's just showing me. It's pointing to a custom list, just showing me the indices, ETFs. But still, the functionality is the same as if it were a chart. If I wanted to send this to a custom list, I have to right click and hit send SPY to a custom list. So there's no way to automate that, unfortunately. That would be a cool function, but does not exist at present time. But I was thinking about it in the opposite way. I'd like to send anything that comes to an alert window to a custom list and then have the top list pointed to that custom list, but can't do that either. How do Tesla futures look in the short term? Asked Shah. Well, Shah, I don't know if you're referring to the actual futures or does Tesla look, what does the future of Tesla look like? So, assuming it's the latter of the two, since we don't have futures here, I'll just pull up Tesla on the daily. It's just this chart's bigger. Let me just convert this to daily. Actually, let's look. We'll go daily first. Well, on a quick glance here, now keep in mind this orange line is the 10 period. We got the 130 up here. We didn't quite get to it last time, but it's been underneath for quite a number of days. So it just looks like, if I drew some trend lines here, you'd see it just looks like it's coiling up, right? This range will be violated at some point. Now, whether that's to the upside or the downside, don't really know. But, we've got another little layer of what could be support right here, from the low of, say, March. I did take a little excursion there. And we'll pull up the weekly here in a moment just to see, you know, what it bounced off of, right? But, I would say if I wanted to map out some areas, these are all the areas that Tesla could be in the shorter to near term. I would expect it just to consolidate in this area right here, and then at some point in time, it might take a run up to here and test this level, or it might take a run, break into this next tranche, and then if things got really nasty, go down here. But let's see what that looks like on the weekly. Okay, and there's that level right there. So, if I was looking to trade Tesla, whether it be short or long, these are the positions, these are the areas that I would pay attention to right here. Notice how this bottom kind of butts up with this area of congestion back in September. And then if it does get a lift, here's that coil again, just in weeks instead of days. So things have been much better for Tesla, that's for sure. And, all the chickens are coming home to roost in that sector because I don't care what company you are. I can't even rattle off all the names right now. There was Tesla, there was, I don't know, a handful of electric car manufacturers out there that are all going to be the greatest next thing. But guess what? All their stocks are trading almost sub $1 these days. Um, Rivian, all kinds of car companies out there have just been crushed. Now, you could say Tesla's been crushed since, the $400 level, but not near as bad as all the others. And, don't even get me started on, well, let's not even get into that. Let's just focus on the technicals here. And these are the levels that I would pay attention to if I was trading Tesla on a swing basis. Okay, what do I think of Walmart? Walmart, not looking too shabby here. Let's just squish it up a little bit longer. I mean, yeah, Walmart's just off to the races. I mean, Walmart looks very, very bullish. I mean, look at the 10 period here on the weekly. It's just boom. I don't know how many weeks that is, but I mean, Walmart all-time highs, I guess, right? Let's go back monthly. Seems like it. I mean, we go all the way back to 2010. Wow, Walmart was at $19, and now here it is. I mean, since it broke out of this area right here on the monthly, off to the races. So Walmart extremely strong. Now, having said that, I mean, look at the nice monthly run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 month run. Go back to daily here. It looks like it might want to set up camp and move sideways for a little bit. But I mean, if you're long and you're up, congratulations. But I mean, it's extremely strong. Now, having said that, that's not to say that it couldn't get weak and dip down into this range. But I mean, right now it's extremely strong. You can see the 10 period here on the daily supporting it. You know, got through it a little bit there, but quickly rebounded. And ever since then, every time it comes down here and tests the 10 period, it bounces right up. Notice the black line here, which is also VWAP, and now they're converging, right? So this time they converged right here, and then we had that up pop. Now VWAP is coming down to meet 10 period, and 10 period is coming up to meet VWAP. So interesting. Don't necessarily know what it's going to do right now, but if I was holding this thing, I'd pay attention to this level right here, right? Now, if we get a close below this area right here, well, it might be time to get worried or think there might be some downside action to this level. But you know, big gap up on earnings and just up ever since, as the yellow line dictates. And you're welcome, Shaw. You never know, maybe. I mean, cost not looking too bad either. Big box, big box going up. Except I don't think at Walmart you can buy bars of gold and silver. Like, you can just wheel into Costco and assuming they're not sold out, you can just load up on, some gold bullion, silver too. But yeah, if you're a long-term Costco holder, you are loving life. Nice little bump off earnings too. Of course, classic earnings. Oh, let's take it down and then whoosh, pull that beach ball gets pulled down under the water, and then it's whammy. But notice on that day, the 10 period stayed in charge. Yeah, don't even get me started on NVIDIA. I want to kind of puke a little bit because I remember when NVIDIA was floundering down here. This was shortly after Bitcoin was born in 2009, and NVIDIA and ATI were powering the Bitcoin network when GPUs were being used to mine before the advent of the custom chips. So had all the time in the world to pick up NVIDIA, sub $7. I mean, really back here for some ridiculous amount of change. And of course, NVIDIA saving the world now.
Jamie.
Barry, you're back already.
I am back. Yeah. I didn't hear your comment about electric cars. Were you going to make a comment? No,
Did I?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, on the part that I'm not going to talk about.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. We're going to stick to charts.
We're
not going to talk about, all the other things that the electric car, let's just call it sector.
And well, how about the obesity sector? Do you like that one?
Well, Oprah Winfrey just went into the hospital with stomach problems.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Which is what they don't publish. Here's a bit of comedy, Barry.
Okay.
I find it very amusing. All these drug commercials, it shows all these happy people doing happy things while reading the horrible side effects. And what they don't talk about with Ozempic and the other funny sounding drug is that your stomach can seize up.
Ooh, I better get off it right now.
Seize up, right? So that's bad, okay?
That's
so the headlines are all over the place, and Oprah, everybody's always like, is Oprah aging in reverse? Because she looks better now than she did 20 years ago. And blah, blah, blah. Gossip. And all of a sudden she's in the hospital for stomach problems, and everybody's like, oh, she was on Ozempic. But that's just speculation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what percentage? I mean, obviously somebody high profile like Oprah and others, if that happens to them, you're going to hear about it. How many others? I mean, and I don't have a stake in this one way or the other.
Yeah, me either.
Like how many others are actually benefiting? Like what's worse, having stomach problems or dying from obesity? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and once again,
I really don't know.
It was it's being used for now widely distributed for a purpose that it was not invented for. It's supposed to be a diabetic drug, and then people lose weight. Let's just kind of retool it for that. But then when you do that, anyway, we could talk about this for a while.
And that's how penicillin was discovered, right? It wasn't meant to be penicillin. It was something else. And they discovered, hey, this is back in 51, I think.
Yeah. That's why that's why my motto, Barry, is I don't want to be on any pharmaceutical drugs.
You must take the odd ibuprofen or
nope.
Advil. No,
nope.
Nothing. You just let that headache pound away at you.
Barry, I'm very blessed. I don't get headaches.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
And you've worked at Trade Ideas for how long?
Oh, long time. Yeah. Hey, I've been in the securities industry since 92.
Well, I was going to say that.
And I don't get headaches. So I feel very lucky.
No, you're right. You've been in the market for so long. Well, I mean, everybody can tell, Jamie. And
it's because my head is numb, Barry. I get headaches all the time. I just don't feel them.
Well, you've got this laid back, 2:00 in the morning.
Musical star streams.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Not AM, not AM, FM. I don't even know if people have FM anymore. Probably not. I mean, are there any FM bands anymore?
There's a junk store by my house, and they sell they got all these old FM receivers and speakers. I think I'm just going to go buy one, and I'm just going to put it on the radio and just go old school.
Well, you know what, Jamie? If turntables can come back, why not those? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's comical that turntables have made a big comeback.
Oh, there's a big difference in analog and digital sound. The analog sounds much warmer.
Mm-hmm.
If you have the old stuff. But anyway, we tarry from the topic, sir.
Okay, I'll take over now. Thanks a lot, Jamie. We'll see you next Wednesday.
See you next time. Bye, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in. Let's see now. Let me get to my music. All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. So I just want to put a little bit of a stop to this. So first of all, Shady, yes, Dak was out of line. I can't remember how long ago, several weeks ago, when he made that threat. I get it. I talked to him. I said, "Listen, man, you can't do that." I did not ban him for life. Okay, so it was not without recourse. So let's move on. All right. Now, having said all that, let me get rid of my announcement. Let's see. I think the LGVN, did it get up to 5? No, not 5, the other one. There's another one that got up to 5 that I was surprised at. And by the way, obviously, guys, I got out of the ENVX. I had that one as a long, and I just before I went on my break, I was hoping to get a little pop, maybe into the 70s, and it did not do it. So basically, got out with a small loss. It was a Doctor CT. The Doctor CT is the one that hit 5. And now let's see, where could it go? The next high is 554. Wow. 554 on the daily chart is the next high for Dr. CT, DRCT. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is, that is a potential. Man, remember we were talking about, well, I was talking about the Oklo back here on that 10 break, and I was wondering, would it hold? Sort of held, and now it's just rocking. Okay, hello. Hard to predict that that was going to happen with all those previous topping tails, but well, at least it was hard for me to predict. Maybe somebody out there would have had better insight as to what it might do, but I did not see that. I was that's really what caused me to not take the trade at 10:15 because of the price, because of all the topping tails before. Just worried that that could happen again. Meanwhile, the market is still super strong. Really has not had any sort of a pullback. Yeah, we have FOMC at 2 o'clock. I'll be, I have no idea what we're. It's really at 2:30. I think we're going to have any sort of reaction because those will be questions coming at him. 2 o'clock will be the minutes which were already done before the CPI numbers this morning. So unless I don't think they adjust them, I don't think they. No, they can't. Those are minutes from previous meetings. So just looking at some of these cheap ones to see if there's any like the media, MDIA. Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot like the OKLO, at the beginning, all these topping tails. Yeah, perfect. And I think the most we do is like Anacin or ibuprofen or something like that. But yeah, we don't have a bunch of. I'm talking to Perfect in our YouTube room. We don't have a bunch of ads that say "Ask your doctor." Ooh, SYM's got some room, guys. SYM has got some room. Symbiotic SYM has got some room. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 39.43. So that's about $1 away. Been choppy. Maybe now it'll settle down a bit. Okay, now maybe what time is it now? 106. So, maybe now I'll start to see some stocks that have sort of settled down a bit and have a bit of a trend towards the end of the day, into the close. Now, I didn't think the DDC would come back in a big way. I may be wrong, but I don't think it will. Armstrong with his Microsoft news. Okay, take a look at ARM. Wow, no kidding. Where is that Microsoft news? I'm sure it's here somewhere. Well, is this what you're talking about? MediaTek designing ARM-based Windows PC chip for Microsoft AI effort. Is that what you're talking about? Did GME actually go red? Yeah, basically flat right now. Yeah, interesting. Casa. The donut. Okay, over a whole number now. This could get interesting. Maybe 1204 now. What is the high looking left? The high is 1209. Look, if it can take out 1209, then it has room on the daily chart to 1245. Okay, so let's put an alert right around that area and see if DNUT can get up to that area. I know it had some upgrades. Yeah, that's on the 10th. That was yesterday. True is putting an upgrade to 15, I believe. 15, yeah, from 13 to 15. Yeah, that's the same. Thank you, Casa. That's the same thing that I saw in Interactive Brokers, the MediaTek designs ARM-based chip. Oh, okay, okay. I don't see everything, but thank you. You've been warned a few times, PJ. You've been very good since you came back. Okay, guys, VRNA. I just wish this weren't over here. This 1378. I'm sorry, 15. Yeah, the 15 is right there. Too bad. It's a nice little break. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, back. Keep an eye on AISP, guys. I have this one thumbnail that. Oh, okay. Bit of a coughing spell. AISP, guys, has I have this one thumbnailed, making a little bit of a break here. This got up to 536 yesterday. Maybe this is going to be the start, though I don't really see any volume. I wish, yeah, there was a bit of a volume spike also. Yeah, 114. I mean, listen, I'm sure the spy will have some gyrations at 2 o'clock when the minutes are released. I'm sure they always do, even though all this has been built in at the beginning with the CPI numbers, etc. But it'll be the interesting one will be at 2:30. So when Mr. Powell starts talking and then he starts fielding questions, that will be the more interesting time, probably. All right. Thank you, William. Well, I did not take the GME short, but it's certainly a wonderful short so far. Right from here, from the 31 break. Next low looking left on the 15 is around 29.62. So we're getting close to that. I'm watching the ISP guys. I mean, actually, when I think about it, though, I didn't realize it was down for the day. So this may just be a momentary pull up or something. So this is actually down for the day. All right. RNA now, it's at that 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart. It's right at it. If it breaks through it, it may have a run. Had some news. Did have some news this morning. Jumping on data from muscle disorder drug study. So there is some news on it this morning. But you're right. The market, well, you're right. Somebody was mentioning the market's kind of in snooze mode right now ahead of, well, look at Beam though. Man, Beam is not in snooze mode at all. BEAM. So what is the next high looking left? 29.34, 29. Wow, is that right? 29.34? Yeah, 29.34 on the weekly chart is the next high. It is broken through the 200-day moving average. Okay, so it's broken through the 200-day moving average, which is not, it was about 70 cents ago, 60 to 70 cents ago. What's the volume like? Decent volume, 3.8 million, 3.8 times normal. Good volume coming in. All right, let's see what happens with this beam. So a little bit of a pullback now. Nice Poe from 154. Did it? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. 160. You must mean 168. Ha! You don't mean 268. You mean 168. Let's do a little correction there, right? I was going to say, wow, I had no idea it did that, but nonetheless, still good. Well, this sell-off in GME from 31 getting kind of interesting. I'm not in it, but kind of interesting. The next low is well, it's right there. I'm looking at this 15-minute chart, 29.27 or so. So it's right at that. Maybe that's a bit of support. Maybe. Just looking at the 15-minute chart, 29.27. It did get down to 29.12 though. No, there's no news on GME. Jay asking in their YouTube room. I don't think so. Just a great trading vehicle. That's the news. All right, CCTG. I haven't seen this one. What is it doing? Another one very choppy. I mean, I know I say this over and over again, but every time I look at a 15-minute chart that looks like this with big topping tails, and there's a bottoming tail there, but it's all about the topping tails. You know, the price gets up here and then the sellers knock it down. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge sell-off though, Jay, right? I mean, it's not like it's a collapse at GME. It's just, I think it's just the normal ebb and flow. I mean, look how choppy it's been. You know, normal ebb and flow today. Yeah, but that was news this morning. They finished their $75 million or 75, yeah, 75. What do they raise? Raise a couple of $1 billion. Yeah, Citron over their, but again, this is all news this morning. I think question was, why is this happening right now? All right, Beam, come on, baby. Not looking for much on the Beam, guys. I really am not. Well, I mean, I'd love to see more, but I mean, it got up to 27.59 on that little spike high pop. CANF, haven't seen this one for a long time. CANF. Used to see this a lot, but CANF, nice week it's having. There's this all today, now a little bit yesterday, and then today, CANF, Israeli stock, bio, probably a low float, 6 million in the float. Not a lot of volume, a lot of great relative volume, 11 times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume. So it looks like that little area, that 15-minute on GME, looks like it did kind of hold it, those two bottoming tails right there. I know it popped out a little bit below it, but that looks like it's kind of held it, 59.25. William called, said it could have a bounce, and it so far it has. Dwayne, again, your system. I'm not on mute unless everybody tells me I'm on mute. I'm definitely not on mute. My mic is on. The little icon for the mic in the room is on, so I'm not on mute that I know of. Okay, so it's always Dwayne. Yeah, no, it's sometimes in the main room. There's some. Usually, YouTube has never an issue. Thank you for that. Do I ever trade this buy? No. Wow, look at this stupid thing. Okay, you want to dabble in a 1 cent stock? I just like trading stocks, Raj. I don't like trading ETFs. Just a personal preference. That's all. It's like, why don't I like to trade stocks under a dollar? Yeah, just one of those things. SPY dump. I don't see a SPY. Well, okay, a little bit of a red bar there, but not quite. If it takes this out right here, I mean, I won't call it a dump, but 542.38, let's just do it. See if it takes that out right here. So Beam gave me pennies, guys. Yeah, just did not have any sort of a follow through, really. 'All right, well, there's a SPY now at the low. Okay, so it did take this out right here. 4770 is the VWAP for you guys are talking about Zillow Zed. So 4770 is the VWAP. Yeah, so I don't expect too much now between now and 2 o'clock. Actually, for the well, I mean, then you've got to sit through the 2 to 2:30. Then you've got to hear what he has to say between 2:30 and about quarter to 3. By that time, I'll probably be gone. Well, I do remember JMIA. There was somebody in this room, not here anymore, that used to every single day would talk about JMIA, and yeah, this was in those days back in 2021. You're right, it's about 3 years ago when this was up around $40. I guess what the call it the Amazon of Africa. I think that's what it was kind of billed as. There was no hacker. This is one of those things. As it didn't happen after I mentioned it. I was just kidding. There was no hacker. I thought I was just being kind of funny. Maybe I've been hacked, but there was no hacker. Usually it only takes me a couple of minutes in Mamba. So I don't, I'm just not good at playing pullbacks. I mean, here's an looks like a decent looking pullback here for Annex, three bars down. All right, guys. Well, I've had, let's see now, 136. Okay, we did have an alert here. NEOV, NEOV. Take a look at NEOV coming right into potential resistance, on that daily chart. If it can break, you can see on the weekly chart the same thing. If it can take this out, and then, 342 is the next high looking left. I just don't have that much faith in a big continuation for something like this. This is shortable for me, though, 385,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So this is shortable, NEOV for me. Okay, guys, I've got to change my music. It's putting me to sleep. Just yeah, this is almost untradeable, though. Look at the spread, 298, 307 for NEOV. Almost untradeable. That's a terrible spread for a $3 stock. POWL. I thought you were talking about Jerome. POWL. That you were kidding. Um, okay. Oh, well, now it's moving. I'm not in it anymore. Beam is moving now. Well, if you took it when I was talking about it, not too bad actually now. 27.49, 27.52. I got out of it for pennies and that was it. All right. Well, this is another earnings play, guys. ZIHU trying to go positive, basically flat right now. Pre-market, it got up to 337. ZIHU, probably a low float. Actually, it's not a. Ah, you miserable. Why did you do this for me earlier? That's what I wanted. I wanted to get it into the 50s. Oh, well. Oh man, now it's really rocking. Oh boy, here's a wow, what a pretty solid trend today for this TG Therapeutics, TGTX. Very solid trend today. Look at hugging that 10 SMA all the way up. 1775 is the next high looking left. Any news about what, Yashmin Patel? About what? About TGTX? I don't know if this is an MS drug, but there's a headline associated with it, if that's what you're talking about. They had a presentation of some sort. The Goldman Sachs Global. So I don't know. Whatever they presented probably was pretty good. If you're, were you talking about TGTX? Talking to Jashmin in our YouTube room. All right, guys, 15 minutes until FOMC, the minutes. Oh, God. And are you kidding me, William? I think you've posted that before. Eh, dare I ask how much is covered by your healthcare system? Wow. Speaking of drugs, how is Lilly doing today after their announcement about Alzheimer's a couple of days ago? Or FDA actually made the announcement saying they had approved their drug for mild dementia. All right, guys. Like I'm just not getting too many more alerts. The last alert I had was at 1:39, and that was for the NEOV, and it is now 1:47. So not too many new things happening. DXC, yeah, you're right. Somebody mentioned Eula, yeah, DXC. Wow, but on the way down. I mean, this one a couple of days ago really ticked me off. Waited all day for a big break. Didn't happen. Then after hours, it did. Had a decent day yesterday, I guess, and now a bit of a continuation. Did have news. I guess there's some kind of a potential merger. I think it had other news though too. All right, Poe, let's take a look at MDIA. So you're in at 188, 8 cent stop. I can see why, just below, a couple of pennies below the previous 15-minute candle, I guess. I guess that's what you're looking at. Has a chance to get up to 2 before it hits that high. Which would be about a 1.5 RR if it did. Wow, a 4 cent stop on JMIA. Okay. Tank. Okay. You're basically the low of this current candle. This is a 15-minute candle, but it's the same. Yeah, I agree. I mean, these little ones will not usually, I mean, there's no effect. The FOMC, no effect on these little ones, but I'm just going to sit on my hands now until 2, and then even between 2 and 2:30, it's going to be pretty could be pretty tame. Really, LPSN was, and there were no like 70 cents, 70 to 70 cents. Wow, I do remember this. Oh, live person, right? Yeah, right there, 70, almost $70. 3 years ago, not quite 3 years ago. Amazing. This was, this was pandemic related, I guess, COVID related. A lot of these stocks. I mean, this is basically COVID right here, and then a lot of these communication type stocks just took off. Look at Zoom, ZM. What is it? I mean, I mean, it's still. I mean, look at this, just doing nothing. The heady days of being up at $440. Wow. Rivian moving, okay. DHL deal, okay. RIVN. Yeah. I honestly don't know who is the Tesla chief competitor, not not one of the like not Ford, GM, or like one of these upstart new ones like Rivian. Certainly not Fisker. Like who would be the? I haven't even seen what's the other one. Lord, no. What is the other one? It's more expensive. But are they able to sell in Canada? In North America, is Nio? Are they able to sell into the U.S.? I've never seen one anyway. Not in Canada anyway. I've seen some Rivians. 100% tariffs. Well, that probably is. Of course, if they're super cheap, XPAV. That was the other one I was thinking. But who was the other? There's another one. It's around $30 or $40 at least. It used to be. I think it starts with L. Not BYD. I want to say Lordstown Motors, but I don't think that is. I think they went under also. Lucid. Thank you, Casa. Thank you. I knew I wasn't completely losing my mind. Yeah, Lucid is the one I was thinking of. Are you? But wasn't this? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Yeah, this is what I remember. This is what I remember when it was up around $40 and $30. Wow. Lordstown was Ride, right? Wow. So there is no competitor. Not of these new companies, okay? I'm not talking the Fords and the GMs and Toyota, et cetera, that have their EVs. I'm talking about any one of these new companies. Yeah, I mean, we've got XPAV, Ride, sorry, XPAV out of China also, but as somebody said, 100% tariff. I've never seen one of these vehicles in Canada anyway, but I have seen some Rivians. Anyway, just sort of wasting time until 2 o'clock. I'll get that spy chart up and see if there are any sort of fireworks at 2 o'clock. Usually it takes about 5 minutes for the direction. I'll put a 1 minute spy chart up. Yeah, talk DHL, man. I mean, that is the are they number three? And if they're number three, they are way down from FedEx and UPS. I see the odd DHL truck, but not very many. Lots and lots of Teslas in Vancouver, Poe. It's I think we're one of the per capita. We may be highest per capita. Again, we're just waiting for the SPY. My wife and I used to, about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we used to come we could go when we go downtown, we live in a sort of a suburb of Vancouver, but for coming back, we'd say, "Let's count the Teslas." Okay. And, we'd get up to, we'd sort of an over under, whether it be 25, 30. And then there were so many that we said, okay, let's count the white Teslas. And then there'd be so many. Now we don't even bother. There's just so many Teslas in Vancouver. It's incredible. It really doesn't get that cold in the winter in Vancouver. I mean, we did have like a serious snap this winter, but it really doesn't get that cold in Vancouver in the winter. Have not seen a Cybertruck. I've not seen. I have a friend who crazily has one on order. The Tesla ordered it. I don't know, a couple of years ago. I think. I don't think he's got it yet. Yeah. All right, guys. It is now 1:58, 1:59. So I'm going to put a spy chart up now. Okay. And I'll put a 1 minute spy chart. Sorry, I was on mute. So first reaction is not necessarily the main reaction. Yeah, sorry about that. I put myself on mute for a moment. All right, 1 minute in, second 1 minute candle now forming. But we've seen days in which you get a giant red one, a giant green one, a giant red one, a giant green one. All right, guys, GME might be getting interesting as along now. It's holding, looks like it's trying to hold 30. If it gets over 30.31, this could be a long play, 30.31. If you get I'll get a GME. Well, in fact, it just did. So as I was saying, take a look at this. So we had a big bottoming tail. We had it. Remember, this was red all the way down here. Buyer stepped in, red again. Now we had buyers all the way up here, green. Seller stepped in. So I mean, this is how wild it can get. I'll keep this up for another maybe 2 minutes. Another minute. It's now 2:03 right now. Well, I'm sure Apple had wild swings. I'm sure all the big guys had wild swings. Nvidia, Apple. I guess they all had wild swings. Well, they're following the SPY. I mean, Apple and Nvidia are, I mean, they're such a big component of the SPY. So you're going to see the same, basically the same thing happening. It's almost so, of course, Nvidia moving down like this. I mean, and Mike, probably, I'm sure Microsoft, Apple, I'm sure all the big guys. Now, okay, guys, give me a moment. Jeez. William Reading saying the rate cut expectations dropped to only one cut of 0.25 down from 0.75. So I guess they were looking at maybe three cuts. Now it's one cut. That's the expectation, I guess. Is that what you're trying to say? So they were maybe the market was looking for three cuts of 25. Now it's one cut of 25, maybe. Okay, thank you. No, they made no cut. No, there was no announced cut. This is all forecasting. Okay, Raj, all forecasting. So William is actually posting out of the 19, four out of the 19 see no cuts, seven see one cut, eight see two cuts. Let's see, I can do some math. 8 and 7 is 15 plus 4 equals 19. Okay. So that's kind of the consensus. So what happens if you guys get inflation down to 2.000001? Will you still do it? Or does it have to be 2? All right, guys, one last look at my homepage, and again, we've got a pretty good, not pretty good, we've got a nice promo code, great promo code right now, or percentage off that you can get if you're interested in taking out a subscription. So Kitty 28, Kitty 28 for 28% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. That code will be good until Friday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday. Okay. So you've got another, well, balance of today plus 2 full days if you want to take advantage of a 28% off, first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, please use my code that you find in the room. It'll help to keep this room free. Okay. And if you do, you must do the get started 10 short videos, trading 101 if you're new to trading, free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week, it is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Education section is here, and my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, and scroll down, and then here are the scans that I am currently sharing. The ones you can see on the screen, relative strength leaders is here. The large cap gainers are here. The biggest gainers from the open. This is anything, okay? But then this is the large cap losers, and now we're going to start to see a few more from the open. From the open, starting of the race. Okay, I should get this changed also. So I am sharing these free scans. Here they are. These are the 3 races, and then here's the halts resumes. Very active. It's sort of a scanner. I call it more information than anything, but very active. Look at the DDC all day long. And I do have other scans, of course, that I'm sharing. So you can take a look at them. All right, mentioned the donut earlier. If it, there's a level, an important level for to try to get through. If it does, then it's got some room to 1245. Not saying it's going to get there, but wow, GME is continuing. It's a little trek down now, so it is definitely gone negative now. Very choppy day for it. I mean, look. I mean, just look at this 15. Look, I mean, starting in the pre-market. I mean, look at all this. Definitely no solid trend. I mean, I guess you could argue from here, 10:15 until 11:15, maybe an hour. But even so, there were some topping tails and bottoming tails, depending on where you're going to put your stop. I mean, I got reasonably fortunate when I did trade it, but well, okay. Where could it go? I mean, the bottom here of that candle is 28.63. Takes that out. The bottom of that candle is 28.37. The bottom in the pre-market is 28. So, I mean, if 28 doesn't hold, which is the low in the pre-market, that could really get it moving down. Oh, I know, Dwayne. I know. I've been following it. I did not take advantage of the downside. Oh, Dak, really? You will swing it. That's an interesting. I'm assuming you'll monitor it after hours. Yeah, that's definitely not one I would do, but good luck, because you just never know. But good luck, obviously. Well, Jay, he's talking about a swing short. Talking to Jay in our YouTube room, a swing short. Well, if you multiply 75, what did they raise? 2.1 billion? Yeah, that looks like I mean, that looks like about 2.1 billion. If I multiply 75 by 2850, that looks like, well, that is 2.13 billion. I think that's the neighborhood in which they raised the money. Yeah, I stepped away. I had to walk around a bit. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I am now 11. We are now 11 minutes from the presser. But I'm not going to stick around for it. So I'm going to. Well, I will be around for a bit of it anyway. I'll probably take off between 2:30 and quarter to three. Well, so far, I mean, we had the big bottoming tail on the 15, but now no reaction. Yeah. Now, is this another one? So this is another one, guys. Another ETF for Apple. So we've got AAPU, and now we've got this one, the B, and of course Apple. This is the reaction at no, sorry, I'm wrong. Actually, I had no reaction at two. But yeah, really, there was no reaction at 2 o'clock. Minor reaction, just a little bottoming tail. So, boy, there are two that we know of. Now, is there another? Let's take a look. Maybe there's some more. This is the two times, one time, two times. Doesn't look like there's a two-time bear ETF for Apple. I hadn't seen that one before. You too, X-Fall. Hopping on my bike in about 20 minutes. All right, guys. Next on the craziness list, KAVL just got halted. Yes, KAVL just got halted. Look at the volume that came in, 198,000 on this volume bar right there. That's not quite half the trading today, and it just got halted. 248. Next high looking left. Ooh, it's got room now. Maybe this will do it. So what I'm looking for is maybe when it comes out of the halt, it dips down below the 248 price and then pops above it. So let's take a look at where it could open. This is the excuse me. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here. So there's the halt price 248. This column is supposedly will give us a little bit of a glimpse into the future of where it could open. Doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to. Wow. Doesn't have to stay there. You can see how it jumps, how it's jumping around right now. And as Draw is pointing out, a massively crazy low float of 855,000, which I think we have confirmed even with that other site. I don't see any news on it. I see no news on it whatsoever. I don't even know what they do. Electronic, well, if unless they've changed their business, electronic nicotine delivery system products. You know what? They must have gone through, and DDC got halted also. They must have undergone some changes in their business case or business because they say this company was started in 1998. Now, I may be wrong. I don't remember electronic nicotine delivery system products being around then. I may be wrong. In 1998, I may be wrong. Maybe it was the infancy of that sector. I mean, that's almost 30 years ago. I just don't remember it being something. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, that appears to be what their business is. So Paul Moody is still, I see him, founded by Paul Moody and gentleman, Mr. Patel, but they obviously are doing something that is not in this business summary. Like you're, so it's almost like they're a SPAC right now. They're just looking to merge or take over. Anyway, let's see where it opens. And the DDC, oh, too bad. I thought it might have been halted on the way up. Well, let's see where it opens. 222, 227 plus 39 seconds. If it is a 5-minute halt. So again, now we've only got 250 right here. So another minute, guys, if it is a 2-minute, if it is a 5-minute halt. And of course, whatever is, said at this, the presser will have zero effect on this. My guess, though, it's not going to give me what I want, that it pops up a little bit, drops down, and then pops through the 248 again. Probably not going to give me what I want. So 20 seconds, guys. The boss out of town. No. The boss meaning my wife? No. All right, guys. So where did it open? Yeah, open just a little bit below. Ah, couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Was not fast enough. Shoot, too bad. Would have been a quick scalp probably. I don't. Oh man, too bad. PJ, are you still around? Because I know we were looking at this. Oh, I mean, it did break down just a little bit below 248. I was trying to get it about, I think it was 243, and then it just jumped. Couldn't get it. Oh well, I was excited. I thought, oh man, and it hung there for, well, for a stock like this for eternity, maybe 2 or 3 seconds, which I thought was going to give me enough time to get it. But and I was ready too. I was actually ready, but oh well. Wow, too bad. Look at this. I'm sure I'd be out of it by now, even if I had had it. Well, I certainly would have sold some just before three. No question in my mind, for about 50 cents or so. 2:30, guys. So sort of anticlimactic. The oppressor will begin. Well, okay. If you're going to chase it, though, let's take a look. Well, I mean, it's got some room to 316. That's it. I mean, well, I don't mean that's it. I mean, it could stall. It could stall there. That is the next high looking left. Fantasy level would be way up here, which is where the 200-day moving average is. Don't see any news on it. The news is the float. For whatever reason, somebody somewhere has decided. Oh, okay, hasn't entered. Now he's at the podium. Okay. Yeah, we did like, but it didn't do it. Uh, no, I was not referring to DXC. I talked about it a little while ago, but not not in the last couple of minutes. Anyway, boy, that short is looking awesome for you now, Dak, on the GME. I don't know which one I was referring. I was just talking about the KAVL. Not wow. I almost took it, but almost doesn't count on the GME short. No, I'm very jealous of Dak now. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Again, I'll hang around for another 10 minutes or so, and then I'm going to take off. Well, let's see. Okay, you're talking Cavill, PJ. Let's see what it's doing right now. All right, so pulling back to the VWAP, 254 is the VWAP. Below the VWAP now. I never thought about it, DAC. Yeah, I never. Is it an acronym for? Trying to think of what DACK could be an acronym for. Oh, really? Should know that. Must be what, a population of two? Speaking of small towns, I'm watching the entire series of Justified again that I watched years ago. Completely forgot most of everything. And so I was watching it like it was brand new. I just find it there's some awesome character, in my opinion, anyway. Just some awesome characters in that. Thank you, Pepe. I think it's just Raylan and Boyd. My goodness, that Walter Goggins is one of the. I mean, people. I would if I had been him, I would have changed my name, but I think he's just a great actor. You guys saw him in The Shield, awesome in The Shield, great in Justified. Sorry, now I know we're getting way off topic. And I think in this new one that I've watched, Fall Guy or Fallout, with the missing nose. My goodness. Yeah, there you go, legal. Isn't he great in Fallout? He's a great actor. He really is a great actor. But I bet you if you ask the average person on the street who Walter Goggins is, they'd say, "Who?" Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that other crazy guy, what's his name? Danny, what's his name? Danny, What's his name? I know you know the name. I know. Sorry, guys, we're getting way off. But if you want to see a real, I can't remember the guy's name with him in the vice principal. His name is Danny something or other, and he was in another series. It's just where he's a washed-up baseball player. If you've ever seen that one before, that is crazy. Not for McBride. Thank you, Danny McBride. Yeah. If you have any sensitivity at all, you don't want to watch that, or you're sensitive to certain things. Don't watch that one. But my goodness. Oops. Was a very, very rough. Maybe not be everybody's cup of tea, but it is the things they can get away with. Okay, guys, that's about it for me. Okay. Thanks for all the help. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, and I will put the main trading room link in YouTube, so you guys can head over if you want. William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock ish. He said. So there's the link to get into the main room. That's for people in YouTube. Okay. And now I will get out of here, stop my screen sharing, and get on and get mute. Okay.